something today.
Every single time
I
get on here, this damn thing don't want to connect.
I don't know if you guys looked at the rundown, but Trista's out today. So what's up, squad?
Yeah, so,
Miss P, what's happening? Let's get them thumbs up. Okpala. Okpala.
Sean, what up, man? See big dog. Roddy, Tony Edwards in the house. Jimmy wants to be acknowledged. Jimmy Stinnett.
Acknowledge me.
There you go. Patrick, what's up, man? Fred, it's Friday. James, it's Friday. Yesta, Fiesta. What up, Big Perm? Big Worm. Cole, what up, man?
What's good, baby? Let's close this week out strong, man. It's the Friday, July 15th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me. Hey, watch your mouth, woman.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. Matt George is going to be with us coming up at 1:17. Kyle Madson. An hour after that, James Ham will close out the week with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And surprisingly, there is some Kings news to talk about. No, not the fact that Keegan Murray is playing tonight. Not the fact that Summer League will come to a conclusion by the next time we speak. But the Kings signed KZ Okpala today. Played with Miami. It's on the Nigerian national team. Of course, Mike Brown was the head coach of that Nigerian national team. Drake Yuyu tweeted that he liked the move, called him an intriguing prospect. Diving into him a little bit. He's kind of a depth chart ad who's familiar with Mike Brown. I really wouldn't classify it as much as that. There's a couple of synergy edits on YouTube of the defensive work he did for the Nigerian national team against USA basketball. He had an outing last year against Indiana where he scored 16 points. He had a game against Milwaukee where he scored 10. There's certainly some highlights out there for him. He's a Stanford guy, but outside of that, he's been a minimal role. He's been a minimal role player in his 3 years in the league so far. But as Drake said, there's some intriguing upside there. There's some things, some faults, some things to be concerned about. But a guy you can get in your system, perhaps developing again a depth chart ad who's familiar with head coach Mike Brown.
Right, and that's the way I'm kind of looking at this one. Plus, he's a relatively young guy, so you take a chance on a guy and see if maybe you can develop him. If he develops into something within your organization, within your program, I like it. It fills a need as far as a hole that was on that roster.
Well, what's funny is I saw Jill engaging in this conversation earlier. Is you can go to one site and see him listed as a power forward. You can go to another site and see him listed as a small forward, and you can just click between the various sites as to what lists him as a power forward and what lists him as a small forward. The fact is, he's a wing. Like let's just call
He's a wing.
it a
He's
wing.
a
He was
wing.
guarding
That's
Dame
all it
Lillard
is.
on those that synergy package that's out there on YouTube. He's guarding Dame Lillard. He can be around the perimeter. He moves well enough to do that.
Right. From what I've seen of him, I wouldn't look at him as any type of power forward, unless it's like a small lineup or something like that. But I completely look at him as a small forward and, like you said, as a wing.
One thing that I noticed, more on YouTube than on Synergy, is his baskets. Like you'll see him gather up point, like slashing, cutting to the basket. And I'm not sure where the power forward distinction comes from. I haven't had a chance to dive into, like, I didn't sit down and watch how many games. Like, I'm sure we can find this game on Synergy, but I didn't see how many minutes he played in that outing against Indiana. 23 minutes. I didn't sit down and watch all 23 minutes of that game that he played. I'll work on that over the weekend, but it was plus 29. It was a big win for Miami against the Pacers.
The Pacers. I mean, that's the win of the year. They beat the Pacers.
Well, that was prior. It was prior.
Oh,
it was
okay.
prior.
It didn't mean nothing.
It was prior to the Pacers becoming the team of the century. So, but yeah, there's again. He moves pretty well without the basketball, so I'm not super sure. A lot of the stuff I saw, it was around the basket but it was because he was cutting towards the baskets, because he was fighting for a few rebounds. I didn't necessarily see him working the post.
Right.
Anything that I was watching. Not that he's just. I mean, 6. I think he's 6'7", 6'8", 6'8".
6'8". Yeah, okay. I mean, like if that's the case, and obviously that's just one game, but I mean, if that is something that is somewhat of a strength to his game, I mean, this is the place to be when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, when you talk about Domantas Sabonis, and guys that can pass the ball within the offense on back cuts and cut into the basket. So this is a good spot for him. This is what we do in Sacramento because we love the Kings and we're locked into everything Sacramento Kings all the time, and we study guys like KZ or whatever the case may be. I look at him as a roster filler and a guy that you take a chance on. Now, me personally, just what I like about basketball players and putting a team together, I like guys that can shoot the ball at the very least. If you're not creating your shot, off the bounce or anything like that, I like guys that at the very least you have to respect and you have to guard out there when you're on the offensive end. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that you have to do that with. So everything else around him better be lights out when he's out there on the court. But he's also a young guy who can improve on his skills and can improve on his game. Catch and shoot threes is really all I'm thinking about in this situation. And that is something that everybody says he has to improve on. All right. He's not an old guy. He's not finished. And even if he was an old guy, you get in the right spot, you can work on your shot. Jason Kidd worked on his shot later in his career as well. So that's usually a preference of mine. Somebody that can live at the very least stretch the floor and shoot the ball. And he seems to struggle with that, but who knows? Maybe he's improved on that over this offseason.
Yeah. I feel like if Harrison's is a Sacramento King and we're doing a depth chart here, he's one at the 3, right? Like he's number 1 at the depth chart. KZ is at best 3 on that depth chart. And that number 2 is a blank spot.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who that number 2 is because maybe it's Herter. Maybe the starting 2 is actually also the backup 3. Yeah. If Kevin Herter winds up being the starter at number 2. The point I'm trying to make in obviously poor fashion is he's a depth chart guy and not even necessarily like high on the depth chart at this point. Like maybe he can be. But Mike Brown being familiar with him, I don't really think there's a downside in it. I don't imagine it cost him very much. I didn't see numbers for it. I don't know if anybody saw those. I saw James follow up Chris Haynes' tweet, our good friend Chris Haynes' tweet, but I didn't see any numbers attached to it. So if anybody saw those, if you could send them to us, that'd be obviously poor research on my part.
I don't see much downside to it at all. I don't see any downside to it at all, really. And it's just a situation where you add depth, like we continue to talk about, but you take a chance on a young dude and see if he can turn into something. I'm sure nobody was really clamoring over Bruce Brown before he got an opportunity in Brooklyn and carved out a niche for himself. He shot the ball well from the corners and things of that nature, but he didn't come in as any type of shooter or anything like that. He came in as a guy who could guard multiple positions and was just a hard worker. And KZ could possibly be that. He may not get an opportunity right away to show that, but he could be the type of guy who, when given the opportunity, he's going to make it where you have to put me in the rotation. You know, and we talked yesterday about kicking the tires on some guys and young guys and things of that nature. He fits the mold. We were talking a little bit more what some of these guys can do offensively, but he fits the mold of taking a young guy, getting him into your program, into your organization, and seeing what you got in him. So the only difference with him is he's more of a defensive guy than offense, what I usually talk about. But I have no problem with seeing if you can turn him into a quality piece to your franchise.
And it looks like a lot of folks in the chat house at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320 have made the same correlation that we did. He honestly probably is just taking Sasha's place. Like if they thought Sasha might be on this roster, they probably are comfortable now thinking that he's not. Okay. We have another idea here. Maybe Casey was a part of the plan all along. But it seems pretty fitting given that are under a pretty strong impression Sasha is not going to be here. That KZ can slide into this roster spot. And
so can I say possibly he might fit better with what the Kings need than Sasha?
Sure. Yeah,
because Sasha seemed like a guy who can shoot the ball, you know, and he can spread the floor, which is really good. But they seem to have
at a crowded position. Yeah.
And you needed somebody that maybe just comes in and does the dirty work, doesn't look to score, just says, "Look, I'm gonna stick you on this swing right here. You follow him everywhere, you do work." And that's if you get in the game that night, right? Sasha comes over here, might not get into some games, you may have a problem. He may be looking at you crazy, like, yo, I left the MVP season and a winning team in Greece to come over here and not play for 5 straight games. May be an issue. KZ may be more accepting of that. And in that 5th game that he gets in, ready to work, not pouting because he hasn't played 5 games.
Yeah. I was thinking a lot about that position, the 3 position today, for reasons known to no one.
I was about to say what was going on. I mean, it happens though. Sometimes I get in the shower and I just think about past Kings draft.
It doesn't matter where I was thinking about it, and I don't know why you always feel it necessary to point out you were thinking about the Kings in the shower. I just feel like that's a necessary detail. You were thinking about the Kings. Why was I? Well, it's part of my job. We've got a 4-hour show to lay out, and I thought, what could we do with the Kings? Like, I don't know what to say about Keegan Murray playing tonight. You start going through those summer league box scores. There's a lot of names you don't recognize anymore. Like those again, you know, what's your line? Yesterday's price is not today's price. Great. Yesterday's summer league is not tonight's summer league. It is the excitement of last week. I can guarantee you that's over.
Yeah.
You're finding the fringe of the fringe guys now scoring 26 points. In these games, right. And so I was trying to, I came across, it was actually Tim McMahon that sparked this thought, and it goes back to a question I think Leezy brought up a couple of days ago on the phone. HAL asked about Bojan Bogdanovic and the Utah Jazz. So there's obviously lots of Utah Jazz news here this morning, or at least there's a lot of rumors regarding the Utah Jazz and the New York Knicks. So we're going to be able to dive into all of that stuff. I do want to tell you what I was thinking about Bojan and perhaps another team that could be looking to work with their cap over the next 2 or 3 years. Curious what y'all think. We'll dive into it. We're just getting started. Again, we got 4 hours here on this Friday. We got Matt George joining us. We got Kyle Madson joining us. We got James Ham joining us. That's all coming up here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Let me reset this. But before I do, damn, more people listening to D'Lo and KC. Is this true? Is this true?
We're putting full blame on you for the announcement today that ESPN.
Everybody listening to KC, D'Lo and KC.
That's bullshit, dude. Is that for real? They went up to $9.99.
They doubled the price.
That's
Jesus.
trash, dude.
Wow.
Like, Bobby, I love you, bro, but I'll
be back.
Come on, man. That's trash. I didn't even get that email. They ain't even tell me. ESPN Plus getting its second price hike of 2021. Beginning August 13th. Ain't that a bitch? That's terrible. That's just terrible. With Hulu and Disney? No. I think that's its own thing, and I don't know what that does for the bundle. But remember, if you do that bundle, you're going to be watching Moana with like 45 minutes of commercials. Oh no, you can have my extra $2. Get these stupid ass commercials out of here. I ain't doing it. We password sharing. $9.99 can kiss my ass. I ain't doing that. We doing password sharing. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Shmuddy, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, that's a good reference. No one heard it but me and Jesse, but that's a good reference. I have Hulu Live, Disney Plus. You have Hulu, yeah, but do you see you have Hulu commercials too?
Ain't no thing. Once again, this camera, like I said, when I tried to reset everything, don't piss me off.
Dude, that's facts. That's why they get my extra $2. These things are these prices are really becoming unbearable.
Wow. I mean,
if ESPN 1320 don't work out my contract, I just might cancel everything. Like I don't need to watch TV anymore if I don't have a radio show.
Wow. You ain't canceling everything because we are going to make sure everything is taken care of on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mando.
Mm-hmm. Lizzo dropped today.
It's about damn time.
It was heat. I liked it. I mean, it ain't for me. Like it's not made for me, but it's a nice little pop record.
Lizzo, she makes songs that are just catchy.
Yeah,
like,
they're
I'm not
super
crazy
catchy
about damn time, but I think I know every word to the song.
I think the first line of the album is "I'm back, motherfuckers" or something like that. like it's an attention getting line. It's like, hey, welcome back, Lizzo.
Yeah, I think I know every word to About Damn Time, and I'm not even sure I like the song that much.
Yeah, no, I was listening.
It's bad, bitch. It's clock.
Yo, this
girl,
is
it's thick 30.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I didn't get to Neo yet.
Neo got a new one out.
Yeah, he dropped today.
Yeah. Neo kind of lost his glow years ago, but I always give him a chance. He's borderline legend.
you might be rating on that Rihanna album forever.
Rihanna.
Like, bro, you got kids? Because your kids going to have grandkids. I don't know. I got to catch up on that Jay-Z interview, but I saw enough of it to break my heart.
Yeah, Young Sav, I heard this is it came out last week, I think. I heard people going crazy over it. I got to listen to that.
I ain't hear that. Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320. Your mind's playing tricks on you. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
I see you, Jesse. I see you digging in the crates right there.
Very confident. I just said that. Do you know who sings that song, Jesse? Who sings the song? Like it's a singer, like it's Luther Vandross. Do you know who the artist of that song that you just played is? And who's the lead lyricist of Ghetto Boys?
Good knowledge. I would like for you to be a little more confident when you say that, but good knowledge. No, we're very well aware of how old you are, buddy. Hey, that sounds like a story. Unfortunately, the 300 plus people watching wouldn't be able to hear it. So we might have to table that because I'm going to need to know more about how your first concert was almost a Ghetto Boys concert, because that's not that hits a little bit different. That's a little bit different right there. Can I reiterate something that that I tweeted out today, and I actually don't expect Damian to help me out with this. Maybe the chat can. Maybe somebody can call in and let me know. I don't understand the fascination with Lil Durk. I'm not here to hate on him. He's doing his thing. He's hot right now. I don't get it. Jesse, do you get it? You're more around there. I don't understand why Lil Durk has so much buzz and why people like him so much. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, more power to him. I just don't understand it. Like when Thug was hot, I was like, yeah, Thug, I like his style. He does something a little different. There's nothing appealing about Lil Durk, but keep doing your thing, man.
Yeah, not
Aldrin
my
J.
guy.
Aldrin J says he's a great feature rapper. No, he's not. I've never heard him on a feature and be like, yo, I got to hear more Lil Durk.
Y'all be fooled by like features. Like go back and look at when Lil Wayne was doing features like that. Like Lil Wayne built anticipation. 50 Cent built like everybody knows Get Rich or Die Trying. The original title of the album was The Power of a Dollar. Then he kept getting people shot at, and they're like, you know what? We're out. Like, dude, we're out. We're not dealing with this dude. And he was on the cusp of like being gone before he even like truly started.
Yeah.
And then he got introduced to Interscope, Dre, and off Get Rich or Die Trying went. But
the crazy thing, and once again, not hating on Lil Durk. I mean, I don't have a problem with him. I just don't understand it. But you mentioned Lil Wayne and what he did with his features and stuff like that. You're 100% right. And I remember somebody like, it was Twitter, and I'll take it for what it's saying, a grain of salt, but somebody was like, yeah, Lil Durk's run right now rivals Lil Wayne's No Ceiling run.
Yeah,
I said, wait, what?
That's
what?
That's someone that you just block from your feed forever. I see that Twitch is having some issues. Just head over to YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching on Twitch, you're having some issues over there. It's no technical issues on our end. It's the platform. So head over to YouTube. We got you over there.
Did you see that notice that YouTube is down in Brazil?
I did.
What's going on there?
I don't know. I don't know. I imagine we have a large Brazilian contingent.
Yeah, big ups.
So they'll be missing from the Chatty House today, and Tiger Woods will be missing from the Open Championship weekend. That escalated quickly. I got to be honest. I wasn't super. I knew like I had gotten, Tiger tees off. Like, all right, cool. And yesterday was just bad. Like it was just a rough day for Tiger Woo. And with the way that the Open Championship cycles, this is his last walk to the 18th at St. Andrews, and probably is rough couple of days for Tiger Woods, and he did not make the cut for the Open Championship, and it feels like goodbye is getting closer and closer, but I thought that 5 years ago, so who knows?
I saw Tiger walking up, 18 or whatever, tipping his hat, things of that nature. And what came to my mind was sadness, because I'm not trying to put their careers out right now. I'm just telling you how I feel, Damien. I'm telling the people how I feel. I got sad because I'm like, damn, is it Tiger and Serena gone at the same time?
Oh, you need to calm that stuff down immediately.
Just
stop that.
I need. Okay, so
why are you even speaking that stuff into the universe?
I thought this was wrong with you. I thought this was a safe space.
This is not a safe space.
Talk about my feelings and talk about my emotions and what I thought about when I saw Tiger. And it reminded me of Wimbledon.
Have you been to our Twitter accounts and seen the screenshots from us from draft night? I assure you, this is not a safe space. They were just waiting for us to slip up. No, we're not discussing Tiger and Serena being out at the same time. Absolutely not. Because Serena's winning the Open.
Okay, if you win the U.S. Open, that I want her to. I don't even want her to win anything else but the U.S. Open.
Well, I want her to win two more and
win two more U.S. Opens.
Well, that's fine. If you want to win two more U.S. Opens, that's fine. But no, I'm glad that you said it, because I might have thought it, but I wasn't dumb enough to bring it up here on the radio show. It's like I ain't gonna bring that up out here.
I'm not like this big tennis guy or whatever, but one day, and I don't know when I'm gonna get to it, it may be 10, 15 years from now. One day I do want to go to the US Open, the tennis US Open.
Oh yeah, I've been wanting to do that.
That looks pretty cool. Like, I know, like, if I had extra money and extra time, like, sure, I'd want to go to Wimbledon, or somebody's like, hey, I got extra ticket, you want to go? Sure, I know what it means. Like, I get it. Yeah, I'd love to go, but I'm not like, if I never go to Wimbledon, I'll be fine. I want to go to the U.S. Open.
I don't think I'm a broad traveler. Like, I would just rather stay in the United States. I don't know why. Like, that's my sister. My sister. Like, I feel like my sister goes to Europe like once a month. Like, but where we go? I'm going to be in Europe. I'll hit you when I get back. Like, how? Like, how? What do you? All right, like, cool. Like, I think she's starting to prepare life for like living over. Like, that's her vibe. I'm good going to Florida. Like, I'm good. I'm good going to New York. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, I'll just find little pie. Shoot, I'll go to San Diego and be happy.
Right.
Like, I'm pretty easy.
Like, I think about that too, because I want to go out of the country just because I want to see it, say I've done it, but I like traveling in America. I don't have no problem traveling. I like the cities in America. It's okay. I do want to go to Africa though.
That's the one.
I want to go to Africa pretty bad. Like,
that's the one.
That needs to be my first stop out of the country.
If Mark Spears still would ever talk to us again, he's had a couple of trips to Africa that he's raved about here on this show.
I would just talk to him when he gets off vacation.
That's right. He's got the worst vacation in history, by the way. My man's doing radio hits. He's writing, 1,500 word articles. Like, my man is
TV,
no
TV.
Days off for our man Mark Spears. So Tim McMahon reported that Bojan Bogdanovic and Mike Conley are, and I guess anything tied to Utah at this point is really no surprise, given what they just did with Rudy Gobert, given what certainly feels likely is going to happen with Donovan Mitchell. You start breaking off the spare pieces. No disrespect to these gentlemen at all, but we know who the centerpiece of the Utah Jazz organization is. You've already got Quinn Snyder out. You're perhaps trying to create a clean slate for Will Hardy. But if Bojan Bogdanovic and Mike Conley headed out, I revisited HAL's question a couple of days ago about Bojan, and it's like, all right, like I see it. It works. It fits the. We talk about if Harrison is 1 and KZ on the depth chart is like 3rd, Bojan would fit really nicely there in second. on the depth chart, and unless of course Harrison was involved in it. And I want to get I think I have a trade proposal. I don't like trade proposals. I got an idea. I don't want to call it a trade proposal. I have an idea. It involves Harrison Barnes. I'll present it to you in a second. But I started to think more about the Bojan idea. It's like, it fits. Like, if you are looking to move off of him, I can't imagine what they're looking for in return. They're getting 4 million draft picks, by trading their two biggest assets, their two biggest stars. Okay, what could that do? I mean, he's 33. I didn't look up his contract status. Forgive me. But that became a little bit more appealing, knowing that Utah could be willing to move off of that.
Yeah, man. Like the one thing that worries me, and maybe it shouldn't, because no disrespect, your Bojan Bogdanovic. It's not like it's Kevin Durant. You know what I mean? I worry about whether or not he'd be okay coming off the bench. But
final year of his deal.
Man. Yeah, come on, man. Like, I know you were starting in Utah or whatever the case may be. You might start somewhere else, but all right. Well, we got it. We got a starter, So come off the bench, be a 6-man, add to this firepower, do something great here.
And Harrison for Bojan doesn't make sense to me.
No.
They're both expiring contracts. I'd rather have Harrison Barnes. He's for a variety of reasons. I'd rather have Harrison Barnes.
Well, when I think of Bojan, I think about Harrison still being here. That's why I say him.
Right. Yeah. That was my idea. That was my thought.
Right.
Just
Man, that would be sick if they were able to do that, though. This roster, which already has a lot of people excited, myself included, you got Bojan Bogdanovic to that.
That's like a Terrence Davis trade, I think, because it puts more money on Sacramento's books this season. It takes money. I mean, I don't think Utah cares about money at this point. I mean, Bojan isn't a first-round draft pick type of trade, in my opinion, especially with a year left on his contract. But I thought, okay, there's that. Mike Conley. I don't know if Mike Conley's at the point of being the third point guard on a team. 34 years old. I mean, the intangibles that he adds to a roster are undeniable. Like, he's as stand-up of as an NBA guy as there is, but I'm not sure that he's I feel like when you're a third point guard, you're kind of, well, as we see with the Kings are talking to people who are out of the league. Right. I'm advocating for a player who's not even in the league right now in Isaiah Thomas.
Right.
You hit that third point guard tier, you're like right there on the way out or out trying to get back in. I don't know that I'm not confident that Mike Conley is there yet. I know people are critical of his game, but I'm not sure at this stage of his career, at least they're critical of his game, but I'm not sure that he's at that point. You're about to say something terrible about Mike Conley, and I'm strongly encouraging you to think twice.
I'm not, but I am gonna say I just don't think, if given that situation, that he would stick around to be a third point guard.
And that's what I mean. Like,
that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think that's an option for him. How about that?
Okay, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
No, I'm not. You
gonna use the W word?
Oh, I wouldn't even.
We're talking about three guys who are out of the league right now. You gonna put the W word on Mike Conley?
Yeah.
Are you telling me Mike Conley's one step away from being Matthew Dellavedova?
I'm just gonna ask you a question. Did you see him in the playoffs?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was just a bad series. How about that? I'll try to be nice. It was just a bad series.
He was in the playoffs, though.
Yeah, he was in the playoffs. Nick Stauskas was in the playoffs too.
And Nick Stauskas is out of a job now. So how do you feel about that?
Oh man, Indiana got played, bro. They got played like a fiddle.
Oh man. Oh, they
really thought they was out here.
Do you think they really thought they were going to get him? You really thought that?
Well,
Rick Carlisle.
Maybe they didn't think it through because their initial thought was like, you're not going to match this. You don't want him here. Like we initially thought. And then we thought about it for 2 more seconds. And we're like, wait a minute. Why would they just? They're not going to just let that happen.
No.
Yeah, they got
no way.
Like fiddle. I'm not laughing at you, Indiana. I'm not. I promise.
You kind of are. You kind of are. As expected,
We've been
the
there,
Suns.
though. Sacramento got played before.
You think so?
The Washington deal was a little suspect. How that went down.
Washington,
well, the Lakers deal.
That I thought you because I was thinking of tenders and I was thinking like Zach LaVine. You think we got played there? Yeah, we got played. Yeah, we absolutely got played in the Buddy Hield Lakers thing.
Either
100%.
played or just straight dismissed. Like maybe everything was on the up and up.
No, I think
we're really going to make this deal with it. And then LeBron came in and said, "Yo, let's get Westbrook." They're like, "We don't care what you were talking about, Kings."
I wouldn't be surprised if it was LeBron that called Shams and said, make sure this leaks. We need to get Washington's attention, or make sure this leaks because we need to get somebody's attention with this."
Yeah. Aldrin and a couple other people saying Zach. I don't think they got played with Zach.
I don't think they got played.
They just made an offer. And
yeah.
And they was like, "No, we're not doing it." So yeah.
Pacers out here cutting people and waving people
was
like, I ain't never bothered nobody.
That was the crazy thing.
Y'all really? Y'all just thought the Suns were going to be like, all right, cool. Like we tried to work different scenarios yesterday, but there was no scenario that worked out where it's like, yeah, no, the Suns are just going to walk away.
Right.
Okay, so that actually transit. So the Suns match, everybody knows this. The Suns matched the Pacers offer. DeAndre Ayton's back for $133 million. He can't be traded until January 15th. And even
got no trade clause for
that
a
has
year,
to be with his consent. Yeah. So I thought about, I was looking at some numbers from Bobby Marks, who is getting more expensive by the day now, apparently. Bobby Marks' columns now cost $10 a month to read. He had a note.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I guess that was our fault for speaking. That's what I'm talking about, speaking stuff into existence. You over here talking about Serena. We were talking about ESPN Plus yesterday, and apparently the price is going up $3.
My mistake.
Which is already doubling the price of what it originally was. It's damn near quadrupling the price of tripling the price of what it originally was.
What was it originally?
Wasn't it $3.99 to start with?
$4. Then it went to $6, and now 10. Yeah, close to it. I mean, we was getting away with
just
that.
wait till 2022 when it's $47.99.
Wow. Talk about
Kenny, you're talking about I'm gonna get it though.
47. I mean, I said the limit was 25.
I miss the days of black boxes and illegal cable.
Oh man,
not that I ever had it, but if
you get everything there.
Well,
that's a good point. It's a good point.
That's true. No, of course, no one does.
None of us do.
That's not how upstanding citizens conduct themselves.
Yeah.
Bobby Marks noted that Phoenix will be, I think it's 15 million into the tax. So, as a responsible Kings journalist, I started looking at their roster. I thought, okay, what might they not want to deal with? And
one thing on my mind.
Okay, who is it?
No, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm curious who it is. Is it the same person? Who is it?
Cam Johnson.
That's exactly who I was looking at.
It's Cam Johnson.
Get him because he's played well for you, and you have he's gonna hit an extension here next year, and or going to be eligible for an extension, I should say. And it's like, yo, you move off from him, you unload some other contract you don't want. That Cam Johnson is a player I'd send to Sacramento for Harrison Barnes.
Oh, for sure.
Where you're talking young, we need a younger version of Harrison Barnes who can just do all of the things that Harrison Barnes is just younger. I don't know that player exists, but he's the closest.
The crazy thing about it with Cam is he don't even start, and he's not gonna start on that team.
That's right.
That's the crazy thing.
Like they're
about
not
it.
going to extend him. They're not going to extend him next year, are they?
I don't think so. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think they would want to. And here's the flip side to what their mentality may be. They may be willing to move on from DeAndre Ayton when they can.
Yeah.
To extend Cam Johnson. That's what I would do if I was Phoenix. If I'm not really sold on DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
That's how I would do it. But even when they give him more money, he's not starting ahead of Mikal Bridges.
Can I just piggyback off the DeAndre Ayton thing for 1 second?
Absolutely.
We know something happened last year, but particularly at the end of last year with DeAndre Ayton, the Phoenix Suns, Monty Williams, whatever it may be. Just because they didn't offer him a max contract out of the gate doesn't mean they don't want him. I'm if I'm the Phoenix Suns, from a business perspective, I'm perfectly okay with them saying, go get the offer sheet.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be a Phoenix son, one way or the
Warriors,
other.
And I'm always going to be a Warriors.
That's right. Just like I'm a Heats. Go get the offer sheet. You're going to be a member of this organization no matter what.
Right.
But we've got Bridges and we've got Chris Paul and Devin Booker. You're in a position to allow we can let the market dictate all of this. You're going to be with the Phoenix Suns, but go get that offer sheet if you think that it's out there. Again, the fact that it took this long, the fact that they had to match, to me, it doesn't mean they didn't want him.
No, I understand 100% what you're talking about, especially on a business level and running a team and the cap and all this. I get all that. Only thing I'll say is, if I was DeAndre Ayton, and this is really a hypothetical because you can't prove it one way or another, I'd be like, you wouldn't do Devin Booker like this.
I understand that. Mm-hmm.
And they'll probably be like, no, we would. And I'd be like, I don't believe you. Like if DeAndre,
well, you can actually go, but you didn't. Like, what do you mean? No, you would. You actually didn't. You had the opportunity to do this, and you didn't.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's where the hard feelings would come from. But
sure,
if I was Phoenix, I'd be like, look, man, you've heard me say it on a number of different occasions. Hey, man, it's the business move, man. Don't take it personal. It's never personal. Always business.
But business is the most personal thing you can do. And I know you're looking at me crazy. You don't.
It's a bar though.
It's a line from Michael Scott. For God's sakes, Kenny.
That was a bar though. I heard you say it before. I know where it came from. That is the bar.
Shout out to Miss P. I know she caught it. But people are, oh, hey, it's business. Yeah, but you're talking about me.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're talking about what I do. You're talking about my worth. How am I not supposed to take that personal? Like, how do I not take that as an indictment of my talent or an indictment of what I contribute to the organization or an indictment of my part in getting us to an NBA Finals?
That is very fair. I would flip it around if we were having a conversation like, well, DeAndre, what would you do in this situation? What would you do?
Pay me. Pay me.
I'd be like, I mean, I understand it. I understand both sides, man.
DeAndre Ayton worth a max contract to you?
I'm thinking about it because I don't know if skill wise and what he does, I don't know if he's franchise in that way.
But that's not how max contracts work.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I pause, because I'm like, that doesn't necessarily matter right now in this climate. There are guys who aren't considered franchise who get a max contract. If I'm Phoenix, once again, shout out to Bill Simmons, I guess, because I don't want to steal all his idea. But in one of the titles for the trade value podcast or column was, he's worth more to me than he is to you. And I feel like DeAndre Ayton fits that role for Phoenix. He's worth more to Phoenix than he is to say Sacramento. If I was in Sacramento, I would give him a max contract.
It's Otto Porter in Washington 5 years ago or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Otto Porter's contract made perfect sense for what Washington was doing at the time.
Right.
Made perfect sense. And then when everything around it fell apart, suddenly that contract didn't make a lot of sense anymore. But that's not, I don't blame Washington for that. You're trying to build with him, Otto Porter, with John Wall, with Bradley Beal. You think you got something cooking there, and then it all kind of falls apart, and suddenly that deal doesn't make as much sense. But you're right, the value to a team, the thing that solidifies DeAndre Ayton's value, Pacers were willing to pay him. Mm-hmm. Pacers were willing to pay him, mm-hmm. and then Phoenix did.
You just need one.
Because in this case, one turned into two. We'll come back. We'll talk more potential NBA deals, more potential deals for the Sacramento Kings, and the ceiling is the roof performance of the night coming up next year on ESPN 1320. Yeah, Cam would be a gold mine, man.
Yeah, that'd be a game changer.
I mean, I know they say they're like, oh, they're willing to spend. I think that only goes so far.
Mm-hmm. That'd be a game changer.
I think that
Rob W, look, man, I keep it real. I don't hate Bill Simmons the way other people do. Don't agree with him all the time, but I enjoy listening to his podcast. That's your boy too. So I'm gonna tag you in this, Damien, because I think
Jesse, what was that's playing right now? Oh,
okay. I think you would thoroughly enjoy this. I'm gonna tag you in this, but somebody on Twitter was like, I forgot what the original tweet was, but it was something like, "Hey, I'm bored. Somebody give me interesting industry tidbits." And the thread is crazy, just crazy, like quote tweets, regular tweets, whatever. And here's an example of one of them. Tina Marie was a receptionist at Motown when discovered by Rick James.
I saw
her
that.
Her first album was released without her photo because Berry Gordy didn't want to show that she was white.
Mm-hmm.
Little stuff.
I've heard that before. I was texting with a girl who said that we talked about this before. She said doing it was made for Biggie. I had heard doing it was essentially bid on, like they were fighting for the sample of the song, and LL and I guess it would be Def Jam won out. But I guess it was made for Big, and somehow it that's why Go Brooklyn is in the song, and I didn't know that. I thought that I did not know that.
That makes perfect sense with the Go Brooklyn in there. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was a cool little thread.
I know you probably saw this one because this is one of the first ones I saw. The Backstreet Boys hit songs "I Want It That Way" and "All I Have to Give" were written, arranged, and produced by Full Force, aka the Villains in House Party.
I didn't know that. I didn't see that one. What was another one that I saw that I thought was good? There was a good one on Purple Rain. The movie Purple Rain.
This thing is, you can spend the whole weekend looking through this stuff.
Yeah,
I didn't even go through the quote tweets. I just like in the replies right now.
Yeah, the Purple Rain one was a quote tweet. That's good stuff. Yeah, tag me in that so I can find it again.
Did you see the clip? I retweeted it earlier, and this isn't new, but I always like retweet it whenever I
Jeff, they are not.
Whenever I see it, was the Prince talking about how Michael Jackson wanted him in Bad.
Your bud is mine. Who's gonna be saying that line? He told Quincy tells the story that Prince told him that song's a hit. You don't need me. Prince tells the story is who wins the battle then? Because Prince said, nope. It's a shame Prince and Mike don't have a song together.
Yeah.
Prince got 4 million records and don't have a song together. Sean, yeah. Yeah.
These are
The Rock
only
was like, yeah,
artists-
nah, bro, I'm good.
These are the only artists ever, not genre, just ever, to have a #1 debut album, #1 single, and win 5 Grammys in one night.
Alicia.
Alicia's one of them. Do you know the other two?
Uh,
I'll give you a hint. They're all from the
Beyonce.
culture. Beyonce.
This feels like a massive reach. I think this is it El Boogie?
Oh,
Is it Lauryn Hill?
Yeah,
Is it?
Yeah.
That was a monster, man. Like Miseducation of Lauryn Hill was a monster.
And it still lives today, in my opinion.
So we're like this deep dive of like random music facts during that commercial break. And the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill came up, and I tweeted something a couple of days ago about the 9 hip hop albums that have gone diamond and how 5 of them are singular discs, like double disc count. It's like Life After Death sold 5.5 albums or 5.5 million copies, but it counts as 11 because it's 2 discs.
Right.
So like Eminem selling 11 million The Eminem Show records versus All Eyes on Me selling 11 million. They're not the same. Like they're very different.
Yeah.
And then someone brought to my attention, someone hit me like, hey, where does the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, how many did they sell if it didn't go diamond? I was like, that's a great question. And I looked it up, and sure enough, it was like 10.5 million copies. Wow. But it's not classified as a hip hop album. And it's like, how is the Miseducation?
It's classified as an R&B album?
It is.
Wow.
They've got the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill classified as an R&B album, and I purposely excluded Kid Rock from the list, which they have classified as a rap album.
Come on, man.
Ba with the Ba is not a hip hop record.
Come on, man. That might be a whole episode about how that ain't. How that ain't. That I don't even know what we're doing there.
There is rap involved in everything. Country music, rock music, like everything. There's rap involved. That doesn't mean it's a rap record.
Right.
Kid Rock does not get the nod as a rap artist. And to call that Devil Without a Cause a diamond, like, no, sir.
No, we're not including that.
It is not that. You do not get that.
Miseducation of Lauryn Hill still next today. It aged.
It's flawless.
Beautifully. What an album. What a who would be the or the sports version of Lauryn Hill? Like rookie season or first.
Oh my God.
Seasons. You know who comes to mind?
I mean, I got one right out the gate. I feel like it's obvious. Go ahead.
You're gonna say Derrick Rose?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see you saying that. I wasn't gonna say that, but I could see you saying that. You know who it is for me is Michael Vick. He did his thing a little longer than maybe the first 3 years. But think about it. You lived it. You know what Michael Vick was.
Oh, no doubt.
But how long did it go?
It's tough. It's tough to. The thing for me with Vic is the fall was bad. Like the fall might be one of a kind. I don't know that there's ever been a fall like Michael Vick's. He came back a little bit, not more than a little bit, but never to what he was. I get it, but I'm going to pass on that one.
He came back good enough to get $100 million contract.
Well, do it right. He came back to get $100 million contract. He didn't sniff $100 million in that say. I remember Michael Vick, the first player in NFL history to get $200 million contract. Let's not forget, he didn't get the $100 million the first time around either. Right. In fact, I think he had to give some of it back.
Yeah, they got him.
Michael Vick got $200 million contracts and has to work today. Think about that for a second. When you think about NFL contracts, my man signed $200 million contracts and has to have a job today.
That's tough.
Now, there's a variety of reasons that my man has to have a job, but one of the reasons is those contracts ain't real, and he had to give some of that first one back.
The second one, there should be no reason why he if they were real contracts, why he should have to work today. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
The first one,
because it wasn't real money. It wasn't really $100 million.
if it's supposed to be a real contract, there'd be no reason. The first one, yeah, you got to pay some back because of whatever went down. The second one, you should be good for life. But you're not.
Poor Mike Vick, they marched him out there next to what was homeboy's name? Riley Cooper. What was homeboy's name?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, can you walk out with? And he probably did it on his own.
There's a whole lot going on, and I'll never forget the Cap tweet, because there's a whole lot going on with Mike Vick in the NFL.
13 seasons. Reportedly, 2 $100 million contracts. Those were the reports. First player in NFL history. Career earnings for Michael Vick is what? Again, 13 NFL seasons. It's
$45 million.
Well done. That's very, very close. It is. This site is always a little bit difficult to read. It's either. There's no note of him having to give money back. So it's either 47 million or 115. I can't tell which one it is. I think it's 115 million, but I don't know if that includes the money that he lost from Atlanta.
My first thought would be it's including the money that just ended the contract, not what he had to give back.
Right. He made 57 with the Atlanta Hawks and 53. Well, he played for the Hawks too. You just don't remember that. He also made 53 million with the Georgia Bulldogs. 57 with the Hawks and 53 with the Eagles.
I could see that being real, like 115. Because I feel like he played long enough with Atlanta to earn those yearly marks.
Yeah.
He probably had to give. Well, he did have to give back like the guaranteed money, like the signing bonus stuff or whatever. But I think he played enough yearly to get to 50, in my opinion.
Where do we stand on Michael Vick?
I like Mike Vick. Did you see the 30 for 30? I think it was a 2-parter.
No, I think I skipped that one because I just didn't want to.
It's tough.
I think I skipped that one. I didn't want to.
Well, I don't know
if that part.
If the I can't remember the 30 for 30 being that tough, but I remember I read an article on everything, and it is tough. It is really tough.
You know what I remember most, man, was that interview shortly after everything had happened. It wasn't like a sit down. I don't know if he was walking out of court. I don't remember where he was walking, but I remember he had a suit on. It's like, I think my fans are going to love, they love me enough to forgive me. And I just remember thinking, oh, God. And to his credit, I think this is true. Olivia Pope is like based off of someone. It's not like Scandal's not inspired by a true story, but there's a person that Olivia Pope is. Right.
Yeah.
That person worked with Michael Vick. Because when you look at things that happen in sports, few have recovered better than Michael Vick has. And you can have your feelings. I have mine. A lot of dog owners will always have their feelings about Mike Vick. But in terms of the way that he approached this, it's after that, once he got out and he started to get he was trying to get his life back on track. I think few have handled it better than he has. Right. And he had somebody there literally coaching his every decision. And that's the person who the Olivia Pope character is based off of. He had a real life fixer.
And I believe I've had a dog. And like I said, I read one of the stories on how everything went down, and it just made you sick about how everything was going down. When you hear people from that part of the country and in that culture talk about what was going on. There is a level of detachment that they have to the animals that I just don't understand. And I feel like Vic and everybody, they were from that culture. They had that level of detachment. I don't think he was, and I think some of the stuff that's happened afterwards and seeing him the way he is, I don't think he's like this bad guy. Like, I don't think he was this bad guy. I thought he just didn't understand it. Like he had no clue what he was doing and what he was letting other people in his life do. And when he realized that and realized the severity of what he was doing and just the sick nature of what that dog fighting culture is, I think he like embraced it and understood it. But yeah, that
he had to cut a lot of people out of his life to get to that point too.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Because there's the people, because he was seeing it. He was seeing like, yo, this just really isn't cool. Like, I don't care if this is how we grew up and what we do. Like this, damn, this ain't cool. And there's other people to this day who are like, nah, this is what it is. And the people there were people in his circle that were still like that, and he had to move on from them.
Yeah, and I think that's a tough thing. You talk about that area. That's a tough thing for a lot of those people to do, especially once they fall into some money. Just to close this out, 20 million. He had to give back 20 million, and I remember like he essentially was having his wages garnished. Like there was a payment plan for him to. He was, and I don't know if this was through his fixer, or I feel like maybe Tony Dungy was a part of this, but he was like living off a budget. Like he was like a kid with an allowance, and that's what he lived off of. And everything else, it went to pay down all of his debts, his legal bills, all of that stuff, to the point where I feel like it was post Eagles contract, where like his final years in the league, where he was finally
able to just enjoy his
just make money. Yeah.
That's a trip.
That's an interesting one to think about. This was, for those just tuning in, this was all based off of who's the Lauryn Hill of sports. We're really an acquired taste on this show, boy. I tell you.
And then, do you real quick before we get out of the whole Michael Vick, do you remember the Cap IG post? That's a whole thing in itself.
I do. Was it about him cutting his hair?
No, it was Stockholm syndrome. And Mike Vick
wrote that?
No, Michael Vick went on TV or something like that. Went on like an NFL show. And was like, I deserved everything I got. And all this other stuff. And Cap basically made a post with the definition of Stockholm syndrome.
Oh, Cap posted about Vic. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. I thought you meant Vic posting about Cap.
No.
I didn't. I don't remember that. No, yeah. I just remember. I feel like Michael Vick told Cap he had to get his hair cut.
That too. And
everyone was like, yeah. "Bro,
I think
are you
that
serious?"
Actually might have been it. And then Cap made the post. Actually, I take that back. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, and always free on the Odyssey app. I wonder if there's a for those, different realms of musical enjoyment. Is there a rock? Is there like a rock version of Lauryn Hill, Derrick Rose, Mike Vick? Like, is there a I'm trying to think of.
I don't know if she's rock. Would some people put Gwen Stefani in there?
No, she had a run.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying
she had a run.
She just stopped though. Like it just stopped.
Well, yeah, now she's like isn't she on one of the shows?
She did. Yeah, she's on she's
The Voice?
The Voice. I think it's The Voice. But she did No Doubt, which was massive. The Fuji, which was massive.
Yep.
She did her single, which was massive, or her debut or solo, which was massive. Miseducation was massive. And then that was it, right?
That might work. Yeah, that might work. Never really thought of Gwen Stefani like that, but
Good call by KC.
yes, good call by Casey.
Oh no, we may have to never mention her again. May
Is
have to go
Gwen
in the box.
Stefani in a box? Good Lord, what did she do?
Jesus.
Is Gwen Stefani in a? We gotta put. Did you see the Houston Texans story? By the way,
Wow.
good God, man, there it is. All right, Gwen. Oh, this is new. Oh God. Gwen Stefani accused of cultural appropriation.
Like, I don't mean to laugh, but oh no.
Is that what we're doing? Like, hold on, let me take a look. Okay, I see some dreadlocks here.
Come on.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this is what we do? I mean, I see it. Like, I get it. Look, man, this isn't new. Like, what do we do? Like, what are we talking about? I mean, Elvis Presley was cultural appropriation before it was a thing.
The facts.
But seeing the still shots, I get why people are.
Hold on, man. I got to see this one.
No, like she's just got it. It looks like they look like dreadlocks. Her lips look plump. I don't know. Yeah, I can see it, but like she's a pop artist. I don't know. Cultural appropriation is such a it's such a tightrope. Like, where are we? You could literally look everywhere and see it. Like everywhere.
Look,
Justin
man.
Timberlake had cornrows. For goodness sakes.
Come on, man. JT, man. Come on. JT.
Let him live. Like
JT
y'all scared Justin Timberlake so much he out here making country music now.
JT was out here.
Sexy's never coming back. Y'all scared him off.
Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna tell people how to feel.
It's not that. I mean, yeah. That's it. That's the perfect response. She doesn't have to go in a box for this.
No.
We might have to put the whole Houston Texans organization in a box.
Why
does that number keep going up, by the way? Are we just going to ignore the fact that the number just keeps getting higher?
Well, somebody said they must really have some skeletons in the closet to just throw the bag right now. Like they didn't fight it. They didn't do nothing. They just throw the bag.
To 30 different women.
Wow.
Like, how, Sway?
Wow.
I just can't wait for Roger Goodell's explanation if Deshaun Watson is playing week 1.
I keep on saying it, and I don't know. How does he not have anything happen to him?
Because it's the National Football League. He just at practice. He's just doing bicep curls, doing deadlifts, throwing the football around, hanging with his wide receivers like it's nothing.
That Texans thing is crazy, bro. Like the Texans just said, we're not here. Take this money. Almost like we know we're wrong. We don't want anything more of this.
Dude, here's
the thing with that. I don't think the NFL is going to do nothing to the Texans.
Houston Texans have reached settlements with 30 women who made claims or were prepared to make them against the NFL organizations for its alleged role regarding sexual misconduct. Some of these women haven't even made claims yet. The Texans were just like, no, forget it. You got it. What do you want? Here.
Bro,
30. Just handing out DeAndre Ayton deals to everybody.
DeAndre Ayton.
My goodness.
30. That's a lot. That is a lot. Like
NFL,
five would be a lot, but they just went to 30.
This is such a fascinating sentence. NFL disciplinary officer Sue L. Robinson, who was jointly appointed by the NFL and NFL Players Association, is currently weighing whether Watson violated the NFL's personal conduct policy. You mean you don't know yet? I'll be honest. When this story first broke, we just decided let's leave it. Like there's a lot happening here. Let's leave it. And that's when it was like 1.
Right.
We're gonna leave this. Then it became 2. And then it became like 7. And then 10. It was like, okay, wait a minute. My feelings then are not my feelings now.
Exactly.
And I don't know how you're wondering if he violated the personal conduct policy. I don't know how this is. Maybe you're trying to determine to what degree,
right?
But wondering if you still violated the personal conduct policy is fascinating.
And that's the thing to me. The personal conduct policy clearly has been violated, in my opinion, with this whole with the amount of women that are involved in this thing, whether or not he settled or whatever happened there is whatever. He clearly violated something to get some disciplinary action. Now,
he violated these women.
Facts. The argument for some people, I think, are going to be, and I disagree with it. I disagree. Is he quote unquote essentially already served a 1-year ban? And I'm not flying for that.
That's cap. That's not even remotely. He didn't play football, but he wasn't banned. You can't.
I heard
you can't have that
argument. I'm like, no.
You can't
and
have
if the
that.
NFL tries to ride on that, I got a big problem.
Yeah, you cannot have that. Absolutely not. That's like the Michael Vick thing. These aren't the same thing. Michael Vick was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
So when he got they were just like, that was his suspension.
Mm.
He was suspended we're not going to suspend him another year. He hasn't played football in 3 years. You can call it a 3-year suspension if you want to serve concurrently with his jail time. To say because the Texans didn't play him last year, he was suspended is laughable. Because lost in all of this was, remember the fact he asked for a trade. And we were speculating before all of this started whether he was going to play or not.
Right. He asked for a trade. We talking about going to the Niners. He had a Joe Montana jersey on. Thank God.
The New York Times reported in June that Watson booked appointments with at least 66 different women over 17 months. I don't know.
Come on.
I've been around athletes, been around high-level athletes, and I can tell you they find someone who can get that kink out of the neck, can get that cramp out of the leg, can get their body loose for the game. They're not leaving them.
No.
My man was not. This was not sports therapy.
No. 66. Come on, man. That's sicko, man. That really is.
They are going to this. We're not going to know Deshaun Watson's fate till like the week before week 1.
And you know, the interesting thing about that is, like, you know how impatient I am with like people making deals in the NBA and all this other stuff. I'm just as impatient with this. Like, what do you mean? Because I agree with you. I think you're right. Like, we won't know until then. What are you waiting for? What have you been waiting for?
Yeah. Well, this conversation really kind of
is Olivia here?
Like, this is definitely one of those game last night cap conversations. I was going to do the ceiling is the roof performance of the night, because I wanted to. Well, we got Matt next, and it's like I don't know what to do here, so I feel like we need to find something much more cheerful to talk about really quick, so we can give out our ceiling is the roof performance of the night award. This is a prestigious award. Everybody is waiting on pins and needles to find out who was the performer of the night.
Daily, I get stopped in the streets. People ask me, "Yo, who's getting the ceiling is the roof award?" Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Got Kyle Madson on board for this now. They're probably going to steal it at 95.7 The Game
and play all kinds of music, copyrighted music to do it,
and not be told that they're going to be fined $10,000 when they do it, like we are.
They're going to play the whole Lil Durk album.
Boy, I missed Danny in San Francisco. It'd been a while since I was threatened with a $10,000 fine for playing 10 seconds of a song. You know, you can't play music on your podcast, right? Like, Jesus, we haven't even recorded one yet. What are you talking about? Danny, will you leave me alone? All right, so we'll come back and
The ceiling is the roof.
with the presence of Matt George, we'll give out our prestigious "Ceiling is the Roof" performance of the night next here on ESPN 13. Oh, by the way, Matt George joins us next as well on Dealing with KC. just played like the whole E40 catalog on Twitch and YouTube. Like Danny like is in that building. And who is the Lauryn Hill of NFL sexual assault allegations?
Oh my gosh.
There's too many to choose from, Doug. There's way too many to choose from. I'm sure Roethlisberger comes to mind for a lot of people.
No.
I mean, Cleveland's no better. Cleveland's no. I mean, you're 100% right. Yes, absolutely, it is. But Cleveland's no better. Awful. We went from dogfighting to sexual assault. That just took a weird turn. Well, don't forget the cultural appropriation mixed in.
Yeah, that definitely got in there, and that led me to an article of Gwen Stefani's history of cultural appropriation.
Oh,
We got about 5 examples here.
oh man.
I never knew this. I didn't know this was a thing at all. What she did with the new video, though, I didn't get that
That's
vibe.
not that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, I think we're just looking for there's a lot more other things that we can be upset about
Oh my
besides
God.
that.
Twitter roasts Gwen Stefani for jumping back into her cultural appropriation bag.
Leave that girl.
Jumping back into it. Oh man.
That's terrible. I want to bring Matt on the screen here for a second. Yeah, that ain't. We're just gonna put that up right over Matt. Matt, we're gonna oh, whoops, pod you up there, Matt. We're gonna we got to come back and we got to do our ACR Solar read.
Sounds good to me.
Bring you right on. Multiple sources inside the next organization say report that Sean Marks has been extended is completely false.
Oh, damn.
Thank God. Thank God.
Yo.
Imagine doing the job that Sean Marks has done and getting a contract extension.
Who was worse, him or what was the guy before him? The brother.
Yeah. Billy King?
Billy King, good knowledge. Former Sixer.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Was he AI's?
I think so.
He was AI. Yeah, put a Raptor back. Was he the GM?
Yeah, he did the Celtics one.
Celtics thing? Oh, okay. Oh, Bobby Marks. $10 a month. Bobby Marks didn't question whether we're a real radio station.
I don't know why I always think or wonder this or don't have the answer. Are they related?
I think I looked that up once. Are they?
I feel like they are.
Bobby Marks and Sean. I don't think they are. But I know I've looked this up, but I regularly look stuff up and can't remember. Oh, that's not. That's the wrong Sean Marks. They're related. Personal. Nope. All right, Matt, you're gonna have to get us back on track here, buddy. We've had a weird 25 minutes or so. So
You're trusting that to me? Oh boy.
Clean it up, buddy. We're gonna need you here.
I'm deep into NBA trade machines right now, trying to figure out how to make the Kings a third team on this Donovan Mitchell to Knicks trade. Like the amount, like the trade that was like the rumor. Oh,
hang on, Matt. We'll get there. Hang on.
Yep.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, live on Twitch, live on YouTube. Matt George is with us. We'll talk to him here in just a heartbeat. But before we do, the world has been waiting.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Have the crew come out, look at your roof, see if that's driving up the high energy cost. It's going to be 105, 104. It is going to be triple digits for like 5, 6, 7 straight days. And an old roof can cause high energy bills. Find out if a new roof is right for you. Find out if solar is right for you. Again, ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. If Keegan Murray has been the best player in Summer League, KC, Cam Thomas of the Brooklyn Nets is a really, really close second. He's had 31, he's had 26, and he had 26 again last night. 4 of 8 from 3, 8 of 8 from the line. If Keegan Murray doesn't wind up the Summer League MVP, Cam Thomas very well might.
Cam Thomas is a bucket. I like him coming out of LSU, man. He's a bucket. He's somebody that may get a lot of play this season for the Brooklyn Nets.
The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment as we welcome in our dear friend, one Matthew George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast and sports director over at ABC 10. Matt is deep in the trade machine here. Matthew, what are we doing right now?
Yeah, so I have a Locked On Kings podcast episode coming up. A lot of it based off of the conversations that you guys have been having recently, which is the Kings should try and be entering themselves into the third team sweepstakes for a lot of these major deals going down. I put together a couple of them involving a KD trade to the Warriors, KD trade to the Heat, KD trade to the Raptors, although it sounds like that's losing steam. And now I'm trying to work out this Donovan Mitchell to the Knicks trade, and it's extremely complicated. I don't see a way where the Knicks make this move without completely gutting their roster, because financially they would have to, unless some team wants to take Julius Randle, which in this scenario, I don't think either team would really be too interested in taking Julius Randle in a way that makes sense. So good luck, New York Knicks, getting Donovan Mitchell is all I'm saying, but it sounds like Monty McNair technically was right. He said that the Kings weren't going to be done, and they've made another move today. But if the Kings are going to make any other significant moves this offseason, it's probably going to be as a third team in the trade market. So I'm trying to find where that big move exists.
And I'm all for that. I think, I don't know. I think Bobby Marks had a Knicks trade yesterday that wasn't much of anything. They didn't give up Randall or RJ Barrett. I think it was like Evan Fournier, Manuel Quickly.
Yep. Obi Toppin was in there.
I don't even know if Toppin was in there. I know Cam Reddish was in there, and there was like one other player and 7 picks to go along with it. But I guess the deal gets done. I think, to be honest with you, if I was the Knicks and that's all it took, that's damn near a steal.
I all those picks though, like I understand them being hesitant
crazy,
to like
man.
that handicaps you for a decade. Like if and I know you're getting Donovan Mitchell back and you're hoping that he makes you good for the majority of that decade, but you trade away that many picks. I mean, you look at what the Minnesota Timberwolves did to get Rudy Gobert. I mean, they are stuck. Like that has to work, or they have to pull the plug on Cat or Anthony Edwards to get out of that hole. Like that's what they've set them up for. They went all in, and I respect them for it. But with the state of the Western Conference, I just think now is an interesting time to go that all in. They're very confident that they're going to be good for a long period of time, and I'm kind of rooting for them at this point.
So what's interesting about that for me though, Matt, like with Minnesota, I can see especially the growth of Anthony Edwards. Just love that dude, right? And the growth of him. Perhaps there is Western Conference representative potential with that group. The one that strikes me though, especially because I saw something similar to what Kenny was talking about there. I think Windhurst had the line, historic haul of picks, whether it's 5 or 6 or 7 from the New York Knicks or whatever. Does Donovan Mitchell make that group like a title contender? And the thing that, like, if I get it, if you're going all in to become a championship contender, but if you're just going all in to be more relevant or to finally have a superstar, that Knicks team with Donovan Mitchell isn't better than Boston. I'm not confident they're better than Milwaukee. Miami, we'll wait and see. I don't know that. Like, you're doing all of this to be the 4th best team in the Eastern Conference for the next 7 years?
Yeah, I mean, look at the core that they would have. So your lineup would essentially be Derrick Rose, Donovan Mitchell, Julius Randle, RJ
Derrick
Barrett.
Rose.
Jalen Brunson, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jalen Brunson, my mistake. And RJ Barrett. So RJ Barrett, Brunson, Robinson, Mitchell, and Randle. That's your lineup. Which I'm not turning my nose up at that, but that's not winning in the East.
Well, the thing though to me is, Casey, that's 7. We chop on 6 years for draft picks for that.
Now, to be fair to the Knicks,
I knew you'd come defending them. That's why
I got to come with the facts. It's not necessarily 6 years.
That's
4 first-round draft picks this year.
Right. That's true.
So it might be my guess, and they can't do them back-to-back years. So my guess is maybe 3 of their own picks.
Well, I was going to say, if they kept theirs this year and traded the rest, could they trade their pick the next year because it's not theirs?
I think so. Yeah, I think they could.
In my head, that would make perfect sense.
They can keep the 2023 pick, and they could start their haul of picks that they would give up in 2024, and it might be like 24, 26, 28.
My question is though, so you put Donovan Mitchell on that team. Is that team better and have a better chance to win than this team in Utah just had? Like they were a really good team for a couple of years, but I know it's the West versus the East, but like Utah couldn't get close. I have a hard time believing that New York Knicks team could get close if Utah couldn't have. I think it's
maybe not, but you're also not doing this for just next season. You know what I mean? I think if you're the Knicks, number one, what are you gonna do? Like, you've been waiting for a moment like this to get a player like Donovan Mitchell. Like you've been collecting these picks and trying to be financially responsible for the last few years to get a player like Donovan Mitchell.
I feel like they're just being thirsty though.
They're being a little thirsty for sure.
Like, you want a player like Donovan Mitchell for sure. You just spent $110 million or $100 million on Jalen Brunson, and I don't know. I just don't like what I'm seeing these crazy trade packages, and I'm like, I don't get how this makes the Knicks a championship team.
So in this hypothetical like 3rd-team trade that I put together for the Kings, the question is, would you guys be willing to give up Harrison Barnes and Terrence Davis if it meant you're getting back both Bojan Bogdanovic and Cam Reddish?
Oh. Bojan.
Think about that. Yeah.
Because both are on 1-year deals, so both are expiring at the end of the year. So is HB. In theory, you could probably re-sign Cam Reddish if you're confident with him being your guy going forward. Kind of fills that hole. Bojan, I couldn't imagine, is a long-term for the Kings.
Can you work this all out somehow with KD and the Suns to where Cam Johnson comes here?
I haven't touched that yet. That was coming up next.
That'd be the one right there.
Let's get that working, and then you want HB, you got it. You want TD, we'll talk about it. But we're willing to do it. It ain't gonna be in the first conversation, but Cam, man, that's a fit here.
I had a big smile on my face putting together the deal that with the Raptors that brings OG to Sacramento. So I wouldn't mind that one as well either. So,
and Trade Machine said it was okay. Did we send this into the league office? Like what did that deal look like?
Trade Machine always is right, and everything that happens on Trade Machine normally happens in the league. But let me try and find this trade and put it all together. Of course, it's really
that's
small.
Okay. We Google stuff on the show all of the time. It's fine.
Kill some time for me, will you?
Oh, that's what we do.
Sure. Got you. More on Lauren Hill.
And Kenny.
No, actually, no. You know what? Don't give more time. Never mind. We're done.
Yeah, Cam. We weren't trying to work the Kevin Durant thing for Cam. We were trying to look at like is Phoenix really after the DeAndre Ayton stuff from yesterday? Are they really willing to be in the luxury tax like for years to come? Like they're going to be 15 million in the tax now. Devin Booker makes more money next year. Chris Paul makes more money next year. Mikal Bridges makes more money next year. You're going to have money falling off for sure, but you'll be better suited to keep those guys because you're going to have so much money dedicated to Bridges, Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and now DeAndre Ayton.
All right. So I got it. I have no idea if this works. I have no idea if there's interest. Well, I know it works. I have no idea if there's interest on any end with this. I did read that the Toronto Raptors were not willing to give up Scotty Barnes in a Kevin Durant deal, so I made sure to include that. Raptors get Kevin Durant, Rashawn Holmes. Nets get Pascal Siakam, Gary Trent Jr., and Terrence Davis. Kings get OG. That's what I was able to work out. Plus, there's picks involved too, but I'm just talking players.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, that'd be great if you get OG here. That'd be awesome.
Do what you got to do.
When people bring up OG, I just like he's available for maybe a Kevin Durant type player, but I would think the Nets might want OG in return, right? Like I don't think they will work out a 3-team to send OG somewhere else. They're gonna find a way.
How did we get Rashawn Holmes in this deal?
Financially, just needed to open up the space to get OG, basically.
Yeah. Well, it's always fun to mess around with these trade ideas.
Being a GM's easy. Trade Machine just said I pulled it off. I just traded Kevin Durant.
That's how it works.
Come on, Monty.
It's taking so long.
Let me ask both of you guys a question, and forgive me for not having the all the nuts and bolts of this trade right here in front of us. But there's only one thing that really matters, so that's why I'm thinking about it. Once again, listening to Bill Simmons, I gotta cite my sources here. He was talking about Donovan Mitchell trades. Then he came up with the Kings, and there was a number of different picks or whatever the case may be. But essentially, the bare essentials of it was Donovan for De'Aaron Fox. Would either of you make that move? And for reference, he was like excited. He was like, man, they get Donovan. Now they throw Mitchell as the point guard to go with Sabonis, all this other stuff. And I didn't look at it as that. Like, I'll definitely concede that Donovan Mitchell is better than De'Aaron Fox. How much better is he in people's eyes then?
That's a fair question, Matt. I'll let you cook because I have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't help with my alleged anti-De'Aaron Fox persona that I apparently have, but yeah, I would probably do that deal. And this is not fence sitting. I would need to know what else is also going to Utah in that deal because I'm not trading away De'Aaron Fox and a boatload of picks.
Say 2 picks. I don't remember exactly, but 2 first rounders. We'll just say that.
I would honestly, I would have to think about that because giving up De'Aaron Fox, I think, is significant value. I do think Donovan Mitchell is better than De'Aaron Fox. Donovan Mitchell has had a significantly better career than De'Aaron Fox, and I think that if Donovan Mitchell and De'Aaron Fox had switched places, I don't think Utah would have been as good as they were, and I think the Sacramento Kings would be better than they are. Not drastically, but I do think Donovan Mitchell is a better player than De'Aaron Fox, so I'm definitely interested, but I'm not giving up a huge haul, and I think De'Aaron is a haul to give up. It's not equal value. If I'm Utah, I'm definitely asking for more, and rightfully so, but yeah, I think Donovan Mitchell right now is a better player than De'Aaron Fox is.
Okay, you just right there, you said you think that Donovan Mitchell's a better player than De'Aaron Fox, but like a minute ago, I think you said, do you think Donovan Mitchell's a significantly better player than De'Aaron?
No, I think he's had a significantly better career than De'Aaron has.
Okay. I think the one thing that we've discussed here before that's like, you can't erase it, and I'm not asking anybody to, is you see Donovan perform at the highest levels, or in the playoffs at least. Like, you've seen him perform in meaningful playoff games. You know, we were locked in our homes watching bubble games where him and Jamal Murray are going for 50 each in Orlando. I think he's a little bit better. Like, he averages roughly 4 points close to 5 points more per game on 4 more shot attempts per game than De'Aaron does. I'm not sold that. I'm not trying to make the argument that Donovan Mitchell is that De'Aaron Fox and Donovan Mitchell are equal. I don't think it's as big of a discrepancy as some people think it is.
Yeah.
To me, like, if you want to say Donovan Mitchell's better, that's fine. There's enough evidence to support that. I would end it there, though. I wouldn't go, oh my God, Donovan Mitchell. Oh my God, you do that in a heartbeat. I'd kind of go with Kenny's line. Okay, what else does this look like? 2 first-round draft picks? I don't know, man. I don't know if that works.
Mm-hmm.
One first-round draft pick? We talk about it. We talk about it. Yeah. I can't sell myself on Donovan being worlds better than De'Aaron.
Right. And I also think that part of like what they've done over their careers, when you talk about statistically, first of all, and this is not a knock on Donovan, this is a credit to him, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that he got out the gate started real hot. He's been 20 points per game since he stepped into the league. De'Aaron Fox.
But he did that on a good team too. That's the thing.
Yeah,
he started hot on a good team. He
That's
wasn't
no
starting
knock.
hot on a bad team.
That's no knock. That's no knock whatsoever. But he started hot. But I say that to say the last couple of years, they both been 20+ point per game. I think Donovan has been like 25 and Fox was 23. And last year, Fox was 23. I think Donovan was 25. Like it's not this huge discrepancy. The other thing about that is, and this is something that you'll never know, is it is De'Aaron Fox a product of a bad franchise or bad roster around him? And Donovan has played with all-stars, with guys who have earned max contracts, and Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley and things of that nature. De'Aaron Fox, whether some people think that if Fox was in Utah, he wouldn't have done the same thing or whatever, that's up for interpretation. He's never played with a talented roster the way Donovan Mitchell has. That has another reason to do with him being in the postseason and being able to perform on those stages, because Donovan Mitchell has simply had better teammates around him.
That's the unending argument that'll be for every single conversation we have about a Sacramento Kings player, significant player who hasn't lived. I mean, that's just, I think, included in every single conversation that you have about trading a Kings player away. Had Donovan Mitchell been drafted by Sacramento, would he be the player that he was? There's very good reasons to be skeptical that he wouldn't be that player, right? Because of the Sacramento Kings organization and this just culture of losing that we've talked so much about that has physically affected players. We've seen players that just almost seem to lose their love of basketball and go from smiles in press conferences to hating their life halfway through a season. So I don't dismiss
Do-rag
that.
Donovan. It's only a matter of time. Do-rag Donovan.
I do. Chatty House is going to make me again seem like I'm a De'Aaron Fox hater here, because I want to preface this by, it's not saying that I want to trade De'Aaron Fox, but in this conversation, I'm more leaning towards trading for Donovan Mitchell. And they're bringing up a good point in the distribution that De'Aaron Fox brings compared to Donovan Mitchell's distribution. And I understand that, except the Sacramento Kings just brought in a pass first big man to take some of the distribution off of De'Aaron Fox, because we know that's not the main part of his game. Both De'Aaron Fox and Donovan Mitchell are scoring first guards. Now, De'Aaron has shown more of an ability to pass than Donovan Mitchell has. I definitely understand that, but it's not like you have a significant drop off in ball movement and facilitating by swapping Donovan Mitchell for De'Aaron Fox. But again, it goes back to, I'm not making that swap and adding multiple first round picks on top of that, because the return isn't enough for the Sacramento Kings to do that. The discrepancy between those two players, like we discussed, is not enough to do that. But I'm not concerned about Donovan replacing Fox and the Kings' ball movement and assist numbers plummeting, because Domantas Sabonis is still on this roster, and the Kings are still running a lot of their offense through Domantas Sabonis, even with Mitchell here.
And let's point out a couple. This is just fun Friday talk.
Yeah,
that's all it is, man.
That's all this is. In reality, once we exit our fictional trade machines and our hypotheticals and our Bill Simmons podcast and all of that stuff, the Kings are clearly building around the pairing of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
And we begged and begged and begged for them to surround those two guys with shooters. And they did it first with Keegan Murray. They left the draft with no second-round picks, and we're like, wow, they really just left the draft with Keegan Murray. Wow, that's wild. And then the next day, in comes Malik Monk. The day after that, in comes Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, I would say, I'm waving because I'm in agreement with everything you just said there, D'Lo. I think, like, if we want to introduce reality to this conversation, I don't think Monte McNair is interested at this point for a lot of different reasons. I don't think he's interested because of the players that he brought in, bringing in Malik Monk, bringing in Domantas Sabonis. He's pairing those two together. Also, I don't think he's interested because of the Tyrese Halliburton trade. He traded away his first pick in Tyrese Halliburton to bring in a guy to play specifically with De'Aaron Fox that he felt was the fit for the two of them. If he trades Fox away now, I'm not saying he traded Tyrese for nothing because Sabonis is still here, but now you have 2 years of Domantas Sabonis' contract to worry about. And in addition to that, you now have Donovan Mitchell and a whole new dynamic to figure out. So I don't think Monty is interested at all at this point.
And it also calls into question everything you just did.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have a shooter now in Donovan Mitchell. So, like, I mean, it's not like no one ever goes, man, you got too many shooters on this team. But still, like, you've clearly constructed this team around De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. It's fun to talk about stuff like this. It's fun to, weigh players' careers, wondering what De'Aaron would have been like in Houston or what Donovan would have been like in Sacramento. But I still have full faith in De'Aaron Fox to do something that we haven't seen him do yet, and that's put together a strong, close to 82 game season. And I think everybody knows what I mean by that. But he's coming out the gate strong. Have you had the opportunity to I know this is it's a sharp left turn here to go from Donovan and De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis and KD and hypothetical trades and OG Anunoby to KZ Okpala. But Okpala, have you dove into that at all? Have you looked into him, watched some film, watched some highlights?
I've dabbled a little bit, no film yet, but looked at a lot of numbers. I love the pairing with Mike Brown and his time with the Nigerian national team. I don't think I have to be an insider or a fly on a wall to believe that Mike Brown probably went to Monty and said, I endorse this, go get me this guy, because I think he could be valuable for us. Now, I'm realistic with how I look at what he provides. Some are calling him a 3-and-D player. I like the idea of him being a 3-and-D player, although I think he spent a lot of his time in his career so far more at the power forward spot than at the 3 spot. But in reality, that's a wing position that's pretty transparent now in the modern NBA. His 3-point shooting numbers, I don't think have ever been better than like 32 or 33%, but he had such a limited role and such limited time in Miami that I'm not super concerned by that. And I don't look at him as a guy who's going to come in and is going to be in the rotation night one necessarily. He might work his way into it eventually, but as long as Terrence Davis is still on this roster, as long as Harrison Barnes is still on this roster now with Huerter and Monk, I don't know where he breaks in. But if Mike Brown endorses him, I support it 100%. And I mean, there's no reason not to be interested and, if anything, encouraged by the Kings trying to bring in what works unanimously for their group. It's nice to see or theorize that Monte McNair is listening to his head coach and bringing in a guy that he endorses.
Matt, you get so much flack for we don't need Luka and double down.
That wasn't me. That's an old
right. You can deny it. That's right. There's no
life. I don't own that. That's not me.
You can completely deny it. That's facts.
Taken down for a while. I think it's back up.
Look, I'm gonna say you get so much flack for that. When you get something as right as you got Keegan Murray, you absolutely need to come in here and let everybody know, because they don't let you forget the other stuff. They better not forget this stuff right here. And we talked about it a little bit when we talked to you last time, but he's continued to cook. He's gone to Vegas and he's continued to cook, and he looks phenomenal. And he has everybody out here just thinking of the highest possible ceiling you could think of this guy. Talk just a little bit. Talk about Keegan Murray, man, and how you feeling about your guy.
Well, look, here's the reality, Kenny. When you're as good of a NBA draft scout like me, everybody says that the draft is a guessing game until you get it right. Then it absolutely 100% was, I knew it all along, right? But if I had gotten this wrong, the draft's a guessing game. It's a coin flip. We don't really know. And I don't need to see Keegan play a single second of NBA basketball to know that he's going to be the greatest player of all time. All right, Keegan Murray is phenomenal. He should get all the minutes. In fact, I think if De'Aaron was as good of a teammate as we're hoping, I think De'Aaron would donate the remainder of his contract to Keegan and take Keegan's rookie contract onto himself because Keegan's going to be that much of a ghost. Step aside, LeBron James.
Sounds like more hating.
That's a good. I should have picked someone else. Honestly, if you're right. No, how can you not be?
Matt George loves Keegan Murray, hates De'Aaron Fox.
What can I say? I have to be a villain in some way, shape, or form, right? It's just my MO. No, I think Keegan is, and I tweeted this out, like the numbers that Keegan has put up over the 6. First off, applaud Keegan Murray for playing 6 summer league games. Doesn't need to be shut down.
This needs to stop, by the way.
Yeah, no, we're good. We can stop now. Like he doesn't have to play tonight, but he gave us 6.
Stop. He's playing. He's probably going to play Saturday.
Regardless,
90s can't stop, won't stop.
Regardless, like Keegan, as great as Keegan has played, like De'Aaron Fox is going to make him better. Domantas Sabonis is going to make him better. Like we saw Keegan score a majority of his points during Summer League in the flow of a bad, I don't mean to say bad, that's not fair, a half-court offense that clearly hasn't spent much time together. Like Frankie Ferrari has had some good moments. Actually had a great game against the Pacers. It was great to see him hit shots. Frankie Ferrari can't hold a candle to De'Aaron Fox, right? Frankie Ferrari can't hold a candle to Davion Mitchell. Both of those guys, I think, are going to be excellent.
Thing you've said about De'Aaron in the last 20 minutes.
No, I'm trying to walk it back and make sure I can still be allowed in the building. No, De'Aaron, like I really think De'Aaron is going to make Keegan Murray way better. Domantas Sabonis is going to make Keegan Murray way better, and I think Keegan Murray is going to make the both of them way better. He's definitely going to boost their assist numbers. And Keegan is going to put, just like I think Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter are going to put a lot of pressure on opposing defenses. You want to leave them to go and help with De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis, like you're basically forced to every possession, you're going to get punished for it. Like Keegan Murray is going to shoot over 40% from 3-point range this season. I have absolutely no doubt about that. I expect there to be a rookie wall. There's a rookie wall with everybody, especially like 40, 50 games into the season. I know Keegan's not going to be this 20 plus points per game scorer. That would be great if he is. I don't think he's going to be a 20 plus points per game scorer in the NBA right away. But like, how can you not love what you've seen? And I said this on my most recent Locked On Kings podcast. I'm all for Sacramento Kings fans who weren't necessarily fans of the pick on draft night coming around and saying, you know what, I love this kid. And I expected them to be like that the next day following the draft. As soon as
everyone I know loved Keegan Murray and were ecstatic about the selection.
100%.
Especially me.
Absolutely. Damian Barling and Kenny Caraway were the leaders
I
of
almost
that.
cried. Like if you look, you see me like I was like, oh, what a moment. Yeah.
But I'm not cool with anonymous scouts all of a sudden saying, hey, like those are my roses. You don't get to take my roses, anonymous scouts. You don't get to suddenly say that he was the second best player in the draft and you knew it all along and all this. I think that's absolute nonsense. I think that's garbage, but whatever. I can throw that aside. If they're saying stuff like that, that means Keegan Murray is doing something right. And that's what's important right now. The Sacramento Kings deserve roses for the pick. Keegan Murray absolutely deserves his roses. They are the ones that deserve the credit.
You good on time? You got a few more minutes?
Absolutely.
One thing that we've talked about, and I'm curious if you feel the same way, is we've talked about Summer League, and for those who don't need to spend hours of their life watching Synergy or Iowa games, like we've tried to make the argument, and this isn't just true for Keegan Murray, by the way. It's true for Chet Holmgren. It's true for Paolo Banchero. When you see them here in Summer League, it's really identical to what you saw on their film, from Duke or Gonzaga, or in Keegan Murray's case, Iowa. Is there anything? Because I know you were really into this. Is there anything in Summer League that has stood out to you where you're like, oh, this is actually a little bit better than I recognize, or this is a trait that I didn't recognize at Iowa?
There are two moments at the end of the Pacers game where Keegan Murray showed off a little bit of his shooting off the dribble. He had a step back, quick release, straightaway 3 that he hit. And then either a possession or two later, he had a step back behind the back. He hesitated and then he shot and he missed the shot. But I remember Brendan Nunez and I from King's Pulse talking about that after the game, also King's Beat. He and I were discussing, like, if Keegan can add that to his game, it takes him to another level, because rightfully so. One of the gripes against Keegan, as good of a shooter as he was, a lot of it was catch and shoot. He wasn't necessarily known for creating off the dribble unless it was in the post. I'm surprised at how little post scoring we've seen from Keegan. He's definitely been more perimeter than attacking the basket, although he kind of changed that. I love, by the way, the game where he attacked the basket the most was when he was being guarded by the best shot blocker in Summer League. Like, he went right at Chet with no fear. And I'm sorry, I know Chet had 5 assists. I know Chet's a good player, blah, blah, blah. Caveat, bullcrap, garbage. Keegan Murray completely outclassed Chet Holmgren. Like, you can't look at that game and go, Chet Holmgren and the Oklahoma City Thunder won. Keegan Murray put up 29 empty points. Absolutely not. Like, Keegan Murray was the only reason the Sacramento Kings didn't lose by 40 in that game. He scored literally half the team's points in the first half and continued in the second half. Didn't score as many as he did in the first, but there's a play towards the end of the game where Keegan goes one-on-one with Chet, completely bullies by him and dunks. It's like that's what I wanted to see. So I got a little sidetracked. The moment, Damian, to answer your question, the step back threes, him adding that part to his game, I didn't see that a lot, and I love to see that from him against Indiana.
Yeah, he has so much that, not so much, but he's had quite a few things in his game that we've seen during Summer League that I just wasn't prepared to see him execute on the NBA level. You know what I mean? I mean, he shoots the ball phenomenally. I knew he was a great shooter, but I mean, it's transferred over. He seems to have gotten better even within Summer League with putting the ball on the deck and more comfortable with putting the ball on the deck, attacking the basket, some pull-ups, things of that nature. I really like his game. You know what I mean? I really like his game. I thought he was good after what I saw from him at Iowa, and we went into the film and looked. I thought he was a really good ball player. He's so much better than I originally thought. And he's still only 21 years old. There's more room for him to grow as a basketball player. And I know you talked about it before. We've talked about it. But I can't not keep putting emphasis on the fact that he's not going to be asked to come into this city, come to this franchise and save the franchise. He's going to be probably third option at best, playing off De'Aaron, playing off Sabonis. He should get a ton of open looks and being guarded by the second or third best player on the floor when he's out there on the NBA. And I see more of the same. I'm not saying 21 points a night, but I see the shooting splits, like the 40, 40, 84. I see that carrying over to the NBA game pretty easily, honestly.
And Kenny, what we also haven't touched on either is defensively, he took on the assignment of Chet. He took on the assignment of Paolo. He took on the assignment of Benedict Mathurin. He's guarded the best players on each team on a nightly basis, not every single time. In fact, I can't remember. I think it was the Orlando game. There was a game in particular where, no, it was the Orlando game. I remember they were trying to switch Keegan off of Paolo. Now, Paolo had a great game. Don't get me wrong. He's the number 1 overall pick for a reason. He looked fantastic. And what stood out to me is seeing Paolo in person, guys. I can't, like, I don't know if the TV does it justice. Seeing Paolo and Keegan stand next to each other in person, you're like, wow. Like, Paolo Banchero is a big dude, a really, really big dude. And he moves really well for the size that he has. But like, Keegan took on that assignment. And I thought the first half was all Paolo. I thought the second half was, for the most part, all Keegan. And then when they did switch Keegan off of Paolo and Nehemias Queta got the spot, I thought Queta did a pretty damn good job too. Jordi Fernandez shouted out Queta for his defensive possessions against Paolo in the second half after the game was over too. So I like the fact that Keegan has not shied away from taking on big defensive assignments. I don't think he's going to be able to do that right away at the NBA, but it's nice to know that the Kings have a fearless player on both ends of the court, a composed player on both ends of the court that will, I think, like Damian said yesterday, he just plays basketball. He'll take the assignment, whatever's in front of him, he'll take it. He'll take the challenge.
Which is why it feels like nothing we've seen this offseason, nothing we've seen this summer is like a stretch for what he can do in the regular season. Like he lets the game come to him. Like he just plays his role. And I think because defenses are going to have to learn him, defenses are going to have to learn how Sabonis and Fox really, really work together. I think Keegan might get a little bit more opportunity than we realize to score specifically, especially with a big who can pass the way Domantas Sabonis does. It's why was reading, I can't remember if Malika Andrews or Bobby Marks said this, but like, this rookie of the year race is going to be fascinating because you're going to have guys like Paolo's going to work. Chet's going to be able to work. Jaden Ivey, like there's like those guys are going to be out there trying to do, work in their respective markets. But Keegan is probably in the best situation of all of those guys. And his work is going to look a lot different from theirs. And it could work. I think it's going to work to his benefit to like how his overall game look. It might not work as a benefit to like his numbers, but like to what his overall game looks like. If you're actually watching, he could come out of this thing looking like the best rookie out there.
Well, I'm curious if you guys feel the same way too, especially Kenny. I wanted to hear your thoughts on this too, because another thing that crept into my mind is, D'Lo, you've talked about how Monty hasn't stopped smiling, right? Since the draft. I wonder if Mike Brown is smiling ear to ear with the idea that I think you can play Keegan Murray in almost any lineup and he will be effective. Like if he's out there on the floor with Fox and Sabonis, he kind of fits and fills a role, and rightfully so. I think Keegan Murray can be the guy that you can keep in the game with a Davion Mitchell. I will never not do that. With a Davion Mitchell and like a Kevin Huerter or something, Malik Monk. And Fox and Sabonis can exit the game, and offensively, you won't have that significant of a drop-off. Like I think Keegan is capable of in those minutes, okay, I'm stepping up, I'm taking a bigger role. We saw him score and play in different ways to where it felt like I was almost frustrated that he wasn't demanding the ball as much against Paolo. Had a rough first half against Indiana, but the second half, the fourth quarter, he took over the game and won the game for him at the end. Like, so we've seen him play and be effective in different styles. So when he's out there as a starter, he's kind of more of a supportive role, but he can be out there with the bench unit when Fox and Sabonis are getting a breather and step up and provide more of that scoring, and the Kings won't drop off. That versatility, I think, has got to be exciting for Mike Brown.
I agree. And that's a great observation on your part. One thing that I will say is I haven't seen what other people see when they talk about maybe you could slide him to the 3. I don't like that yet. And I really don't like it more so defensively. You know what I mean? Offensively, I'm sure there's certain sets and plays that you can run where, he could still be effective. But offensively, I haven't seen that yet. So when we talk about being able to work him in different lineups, I'd probably still want a small forward out there with them if I could help it. But I agree with everything else that you said.
One concern I have, though, in the situation in the scenario that you laid out, Matt, is if he's out there with Davion in a second unit, which he almost certainly will be on numerous occasions against a team like Boston or Golden State or a better defensive team. Like I easily see Ime Udoka. Hey, shut that off.
Yeah,
you like stop that. And whereas with Sabonis and Fox, that starting lineup, he's probably not going to be the focal point of a defense. In there with the second unit with the likes of Terrence Davis and Davion, while I believe Davion is not only going to be better offensively, I think he might be significantly better offensively. I think Keegan Murray could wind up being the focal point of the defense out there, which will make things. And that's part of the game, right? That's the stuff that you have to learn as a first-year player. That's the stuff Davion's going to have to learn. Like if I think that if Davion takes the step that I really believe he's going to, those are things he's got to figure out now, being a bigger focal point. You go back some of those games late last season, they're like, yeah, go ahead, young fella. Go ahead, give it a shot. Let's see what you got. We'll let you do it. I expect a lot of that stuff to change.
Yeah, D'Lo, I like you said, I think he needs to face that though, right? I think that's going to be the difference between him having a very long, really successful career as a just awesome supporting player and a player that actually has all-star capability. If Keegan shows his rookie and even sophomore season, we can go as far as next year too, if he shows that he can become the focal point of an offense, get focused on defensively, and still find a way to be effective against that, at this point we're talking about, okay, maybe his ceiling is even higher than we thought. And that's where I was saying, looking at the draft, I recognize a lot of people thought Jaden Ivey's star potential was higher than Keegan Murray's. I didn't think it was that much higher. And I think it becomes even if Keegan can show, okay, when you need me to be the focal point of the offense, I will be that guy. When defenses focus on me, I can still be effective. If he shows that, then suddenly we're talking about Keegan being a second or first option on a team isn't as far-fetched as it seems even right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's what we talked about with like the ceiling thing. Like, may have to adjust that ceiling a little bit. Or just take the ceiling off. How about that? Just take the ceiling off, because with his scoring ability, I just talk about what he did in the summer league. 21 points a night. those numbers typically, not always, are reserved for some of the best players in the league. You know what I mean? And we'll see what happens with that with Keegan. But I mean, the ease with which he was able to put up points and score in this summer league, as long as the California Classic, that's nothing to sneeze at.
For some, the ceiling is the roof. For Keegan, perhaps sky's the limit.
Ooh,
pretty sure that's what Michael Jordan was trying to say, but I guess we
still don't know to this day.
That is going to show up in at least 3 Drake bars next season minimum, and he's not going to give you the credit for it.
I'll get my ghostwriting now. That's fine.
Some say the ceiling is the roof. I say the sky's the limit.
Okay.
Never thought I'd yearn to hear Matt George rap, but we are. Here we are. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, man. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. We really appreciate it. We'll come back. We've got Kyle Madson coming up here in about 15 minutes, and we've got James Ham coming up 1 hour from now. That's all ahead here on ESPN 1320. Good stuff, Matt. Thanks, man. That going long helped us out a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I love it every single time. And just so the both of you know, I don't know if they're in the chatty house right now or not, but shout out to all the D-Lo and KC listeners and fans that said hi to me in Vegas. I had 3 different fans come up to me at different games and say, "What's up, Matt George? I hear you on D-Lo and KC all the time." So
that's dope.
The fan base in Vegas, y'all got to get out there once or twice too. You'd have a good time out there.
Yeah, no, we there next year.
Going next year. Yeah, we're going next year. I woke up pretty pissed on Sunday, and yeah, no, we're going next year.
If we got to walk, we'll be there next year.
We were like literally the only ones not there. Like, what are we doing? Like and James Ham included. Well, James couldn't go because bad timing for him. But like, no, we need to go.
KC, do you have like a 13th round or anything here?
No 13th round a day.
Okay, because real quick, I have both a bone to pick with you, and I have I have to get in your corner in something. So which do you want first?
Give me the bad.
Okay, the bone to pick with you. You full cap 100% would flaunt a NBA Summer League championship ring. We would never hear the end of it. You would show it to everybody. You would be so excited. The first off, it's a tragedy that the Sacramento Kings Summer League team this year, I don't care. I want to see Emmanuel Terry hit that game winner against the Kings wearing that damn ring. He deserves it. It's bull crap that the Kings didn't get that ring last year. Plus, as someone who got to experience Summer League in person, like, I have an even greater appreciation for what these games mean for players, not just the best of the best rookies, but for these guys. Like, the amount of stars that are in that building. Can you imagine, like, you're trying to fight for an NBA spot, you look baseline, and Jerry freaking West and Dikembe Mutombo are sitting there, which they were. Like, that's sick. So I have such an appreciation for that. So let them play for rings, damn it, Kenny. And you 100% would be flaunting it if you had it. We all know it.
No, I wouldn't.
You would. You would. 100%. All right. And the thing I have to get in your corner on, I'm sorry, D-Lo, ESPN 3 is not a thing. It's ESPN Plus. Yeah. ESPN 3.
Oh, we're doing this.
Yeah, we're doing this.
We're doing this. Oh,
yeah.
Like I said, it was about 15 years ago.
Okay.
That was about 15 years ago.
All right. Now that D-Lo's pissed, I'm going to leave.
It's fine. No, whatever. It's cool. No, it's all right. I'll just pull out the receipts. We're going to do this. It's fine.
Hey, man, I don't know who's writing the thing, man.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. You know what you know what the Kings game is on tonight? Let's see if y'all can see that.
ESPN Plus. See ESPN.
It says ESPN 3. So you can kiss my ass.
The hell is ESPN 3?
Right. ESPN 3
Plus. I don't even know what that is.
The Trace.
Ridiculous. Matt turned heel on me. Unbelievable.
Damn near everything you say.
ESPN 8.
Jesse says you don't need ESPN Plus to watch ESPN 3. What do you need then?
I don't know.
All right.
Yeah. Look at what. Come on, man. What are we doing right now?
Yeah, but your app it's wrong.
Yeah, who's putting that out there?
You got
it literally says ESPN 3 on the website.
Who's putting that out there?
Some boomer is putting that out there. He thinks ESPN 4 and 5 are still around too. He's a fan of ESPN 8, the Ocho.
ESPN 2 with the different font.
Yeah.
What's his name? Bob Pito.
Like we're literally going against the evidence.
Yeah, but the evidence is wrong, D-Lo.
Oh, okay. All right.
The evidence is
Plus.
wrong.
All over again. Got it. All right. Fine.
I'm going to the Plus if I want to watch that. And actually, I'm probably going to NBA TV. That's probably where I'm going to watch the game.
Although, also, how dare you, Kenny? Don't you tell them that they can raise the price on that? I'm sick and tired of paying more for stuff now.
They already did.
I'm being real.
Stop that.
What, you won't stop paying for ESPN Plus now?
No, because I got to watch my Sacramento Republic FC matches, and they are
good. Matt, you can share your password with me because I'm about tapped out.
Let's do it.
All right, buddy. Thanks again, man. We really appreciate it. Great stuff.
Love you guys. See you later.
All right, man. Matt George. Okay, we'll do that here.
Oh, wait. Should I stay?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you might have to remind me at 3. So I'll do this right out the gate. Are you going to hit the legal? Do we have a new legal produced? Okay. All right. Okay. Great stuff from our friend Matt George there. Despite the heel turn right there at the end of our conversation during the commercial break, we straightened things out.
He just kept it real. He just kept it real.
Oh, okay. This is ridiculous. This is one of the more ridiculous conversations we've ever had, but it's fine. The Sacramento Kings tonight play on ESPN3 for those who want to watch.
Who's going to watch on ESPN3?
Me. In fact, me. Just like I watched the last game on ESPN3, I'm going to watch tonight's game on ESPN3.
I watched it on NBA TV.
I go to my Apple TV. There's a little shot of the Kings. ESPN3. Pop right there. I'm watching basketball. Easy peasy.
I watched it on NBA TV. That's all I know.
Grammy Award-winning blues, rock, and soul fusion artist Gary Clark Jr. is coming to the Hard Rock live on October 9th. He's going to have new 3, 2, and...
Oh, it's live, pal.
There you go.
Grammy Award-winning blues, rock, and soul fusion artist Gary Clark Jr. is coming to the Hard Rock live on October 9th. He's going to be performing music from his new album, This Land, and we have got tickets for you right now. Caller number 3, 916-349-1320. Again, 916-349-1320. Caller number 3 right now. If you can't get through, don't worry. We'll have another opportunity for you to win at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That is, in fact, when James Ham will be with us.
Yeah.
Kyle Madson will be with us coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Great stuff from Matt George right there. Looking forward to his trade proposal theme Locked On Kings podcast coming out later on today. I was thinking about, I don't know if I read the same Bobby Marks trade proposal that you did. I think there was even a report out there, KC. I don't want to get chatty housed. I think there was a report out there that maybe the Knicks walked away from a deal. They were like, hey, that's a little excessive. We're kind of out on that one. RJ Barrett wasn't in it either. I think that's the one that I saw Obi topping in. Now, whether that's real or not, I know that the 5-6 picks, something along those lines were involved, but I just couldn't get past the thought of how does this make the New York Knicks a championship team? Like, why would you give up? So I get doing that. Like if you're Toronto, Miami, Golden State, a handful of other, I don't even know if it's a handful of other teams. It might be one or two other teams that I'm not thinking of, to land Kevin Durant and go, we're now title contenders. Mm-hmm. Realistically, a Knicks team with Donovan Mitchell, especially having to give up so much for Donovan Mitchell, isn't a title contender. I don't think this year. I don't think they're a title contender next year. I think it only gets worse after that.
Well, I mean, that's I disagree. I'm not saying I disagree that they're title contenders, but number one, if you're the New York Knicks, what are you gonna do? Would you try and wait for Giannis again? Is that what we're doing? Like, no, like you have an opportunity to get an all-star caliber player. You go get him. And then, much like everything else, and I know you know this, but that doesn't mean they're done trying to get better over the course of the year. They may be done this year, and their ceiling this year may be 4 seed or something like that. Next offseason, couple deals, cap goes up. You know, maybe you draft well with the draft pick you do have, and you can add. You can still continue to get better.
I don't disagree, but that's a lot of money tied up in your backcourt.
I think Donovan is worth it. You overpaid maybe for Jalen Brunson, but I think
that's what I just can't help that's just I think that's what I can't get out of my head. Like, are you building a title contender, or are you just trying to put a bunch of guys on a team? Because the question I asked is, if you just flip the chain of events and we're able to, if you're able to land Donovan before free agency, are we even talking? Is Jalen Brunson a Dallas Maverick?
Maybe so. I mean, but it's not. They're not going to be. They're not. I don't think they're doing it to be a title contender now.
But
then the other aspect of it is, you also, if you're able to keep RJ, that's a trade asset that you can use to go get someone.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Because you'd have to, you'd have to go get like the Domantas Sabonis type. Like, that was the concern with, at least that's what we believe the concern was with De'Aaron and Tyrese, is arguably your two, or maybe not inarguably, your two best players were in your backcourt.
Right.
I feel like the New York Knicks are attempting to put themselves in the same exact position. Of course, they got Julius, who was trying to avoid bringing his name up. You and I like him a little bit more than this fan base does, but like, I don't know. I feel like you're one almost Sabonis like impactful move away, even if you acquire a Donovan, to really make that click.
If you get Julius to get back to where he was the year before, and you got Donovan Mitchell,
do you think that's more likely to happen with Donovan there?
Yes, because I'll tell you why. And we'll see what their relationship is and how they work out. But I think that's more so the role of what Julius should be. He should be your second, maybe third go-to guy. Number one in New York, that's a tough ass. That's a lot on his plate. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of expectations that I don't think he performed well under this past season. And that had a lot to do with how they regressed and how he regressed as a player. Now you got Donovan being that number one, and Julius can go back into being, like I said, that second or third guy. I think he could possibly have a nice little bounce back season, and the team could have a bounce back season as well. The question is, Thibodeau, is he?
I was thinking of that earlier. Yeah, I was thinking of that earlier. Like,
is he the right man for the job? I don't know.
Tibbs the dude here for this? Oh no, I'm trying to picture a situation where Tibbs is yelling at Donovan to play defense. Oh,
Donovan looking up at World War West, get this guy out of here. All right, we've seen enough. Get him out. And we got Tom in the chat. How are you guys still high on Randall? I don't know.
Like, Julius Randle literally hasn't played a basketball game since the last time we talked to him. Like, why? And by the way, I didn't say we were high on him. I said we were higher.
Guys like Tom act like he's some kind of scrub. Like, that's just like, what are you talking about?
Well, you gotta take the chat out. Like the chatty. It's Friday for the chatty house too. Like, we can't forget that. Like,
nobody said he was going to be Giannis. But what do you mean? Why are you still hauling him? Like, the guy was all NBA 2 years ago. Even in a bad season, I still think he was about 19-9. Like, you guys Julius is some kind of scrub. I don't understand that.
Or HAL is literally criticizing De'Aaron Fox for getting married this offseason.
Yes.
He's not focused on basketball. He's focused on happily ever after.
And he said he was cupcaking. He said he was too busy cupcaking all summer. And because there is no 15-second Instagram video with him and Lethal Shooter, that means De'Aaron's not working.
He ain't working, clearly. Just lazy out here. How dare he go get married? I need my star single. That shows they're hungry and they want to work.
HAL, you're better than that. You're better than that.
Better than that. But we get it. It's Friday. Y'all need that first pour. All right?
Should be married to the game, not married.
I think, yo, some of y'all think like that. Some of y'all absolutely think like that. He need to be married to the game. He out here getting married when he needs to improve his 3-point shooting. What's love got to do with it?
The funny thing about it is Leezy saying that stuff as if being married keeps him from working on his game this year. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, he can't work on his game.
I feel like that says something about the Fox haters. is they run out of like I'm tapped out, so I'm just gonna be mad that he's married. That's what I've got nothing left, so I'm just angry that the dude's getting married. Clearly, he's not committed. Like that line you put up, that's just the best. Should be married to the game, not married to his wife. Shaking my head. Hit us with the Kenny SMH.
Married to the game.
Can we once search your tweets to see how many times you included SMH?
Oh yeah, a lot of tweets be having me shaking my head.
You don't have neck problems, man. It was a stunning amount, if I remember correctly.
Some of these tweets, man, they just be having me shaking my head. Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
AKL got me SMHing right now.
Fox haters be reaching, dude. They be reaching. BTL, bad take, Leezy. All right, let's reset. Kyle Madson joins us. We ain't talked football in a while, man. We might talk.
It's almost that time. I think the Raiders go to camp next week.
We might talk football with Kyle Madson when he joins us next here on ESPN 1320. All right, man. I'll be right back.
But yo, Johnny Juzang in the game for the Jazz. I think he went undrafted. Probably should have left out of the Final Four. Leezy, you know it's love, big dog. Miss P, I mean, if he does what he needs to do, there definitely will be a segment like that. He just got to handle his business. He got to play and perform. If he do that, we're going to get the platform over here. Believe that. Leezy, the number isn't good and it's not what you want. The problem that we have with what your statement is you're saying because he's getting married, you for sure know he's not working on his game right now. And that's just insane. It's just how I don't know how you can say that. Facts, right from the altar. Matter of fact, there needs to be a hoop at the altar. So while they're reading the vows, he can get at least some free throws up. I do. To have it through sickness and health. Need to be getting them up. I'm starving today. Bad snacks for me today. I got to go get some cookies when it's time. Looks like Madden is having some upgrades to their franchise mode. Interesting. Looking forward to Madden this year. Dog, Jesse can't hear me. I forgot I'm not hooked up. You know I'm getting a little better at right now, Jesse. I don't know if you play the game. I'm getting a little better at that FIFA. What you know about that? What you know about that, boy? Obviously, I'm PSG. Mbappe is a beast. He's a goal scoring machine. I think this year I'm going to get back to playing more Madden online. Get back to it. I took the year off. Now I'm back.
Oh, man.
You probably would, Jesse. You probably would.
Oh, Jesse, I got to send you the final graphic. Oh man. Right.
I'm on that PS4, Cope. I'm still poor. I don't have no PS5.
Yeah, that's dope. Yeah, he killed that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Oh, I didn't know that about EA and FIFA.
Yeah.
You
I'm
know,
gonna do moving forward. I don't like the generic football game. I'll just keep playing FIFA. It don't matter.
that's wild. Football. It's a football game.
I'll just keep playing FIFA 22.
I see. You know how we do it. Stilo and KC live on Twitch, YouTube, live on Twitter as well at ESPN 1320. Make sure you're following us there at Dilo and KC. Make sure you're following us on TikTok, Instagram, all the different social media platforms. We got you covered. Also, remember, Jesse doesn't eat if you don't download the podcast. So download the podcast here on the Odyssey app, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever your preference is. Just search Dilo and KC. Hit the subscribe button if you're on Apple or Spotify. Leave a 5-star rating. If you think we're worth it, we greatly appreciate it. Just like the thumbs up on YouTube. Those likes, those 5-star ratings, they go a long, long way.
Yeah.
Kyle Madson, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco is going to join us here. Coming up in just a couple of minutes. Had a great conversation with Matt George that you check out on the podcast, as well as we continue to go over these different trade scenarios for the Sacramento Kings. And I guess lost in some of this stuff is Sacramento Kings do play tonight. They play Phoenix on ESPN 3, and by all indications, at least according to Jason Anderson yesterday, Keegan Murray is going to go tonight.
Okay. All right, let's see it. Do work, man. Do work. I don't have anything bad to say about it. I'm just like, do work, man. You know, do work. Stay safe.
Yeah, stay safe. We act like he's driving down Crenshaw at the wrong time, and I'm like, stay safe, brother. Like, come on, man. All right.
It used to be stay safe. Now stay dangerous.
Yeah. Bobby Marks and Malika. I feel like Bobby Marks' name has been mentioned a lot on this show today. Bobby Marks and Malika Andrews both said Keegan Murray was a Summer League MVP. Malika said Murray proved he can play starter minutes in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
They actually acknowledged him as a member of the Sacramento Kings, too.
Wow. They didn't say NBA player Keegan Murray?
NBA team. Yeah, they didn't say that. NBA draft pick Keegan Murray to be the Summer League MVP.
He deserves it. What I always go back to with Keegan and his production is we see this type of production from people in the Summer League all the time. What the players on the Warriors are doing. You mentioned Cam Thomas, guys like that. Those are all second-year players. We don't see the rookies coming in with this type of production often, and that's what speaks volumes for me.
Let's bring in Kyle Madson here, curator of vibes over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles as well. Subscribe, rate, and review. I know you've gotten a chance to watch Keegan Murray a little bit this Summer League. What were your takeaway from him?
It's funny because Summer League is like, it's just Summer League until the person that you think is good starts playing well. And then you're like, see, I told you. So no, he's just, he looks, I said this the other night on the internet. He was the most NBA ready player in the draft. And he looks like it in Summer League against a bunch of guys who are not quite NBA ready. So yeah, not a huge surprise, but it's great to see him doing all the things that we thought he'd be good at.
Yeah.
Against, I mean, admittedly lesser competition, but you got to start where you're going to start.
That's what Summer League is. It's fine. The top draft picks are playing against lesser competition. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
No, and he's playing really well. Like it would, if he was just playing okay, then fine, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But if he was playing poorly, it would be like, that's not great.
Right.
But he's been pretty dominant. So great, like next step. That's
Do
where I'm at.
you kind of subscribe to some of the things that I've talked about, and you heard me just talk about, like, we see people all the time play well in summer league. Typically, it's like guys that come from overseas, it's looking for an opportunity, 2-3 years out of college, or the second year guys like we see Kuminga and Moody just tear it up. They had time in the NBA, and they showed that in the summer league ain't for us no more. We're too dominant. Do you think it says a little different when a rookie or straight out of the draft comes in and plays as well as Keegan, or is that just more summer league stuff as well?
For me, like, so I'm a Warriors fan. I watched Anthony Morrow and Anthony Randolph each have a 50 piece in the same summer league for the Warriors, and I still think Anthony Randolph's going to be good because of that. But it's not so much like the production; it's just like how he looks. Like, he just looks like he has such an idea of what's going on, and he's not overwhelmed by anything. Like it's like when you've mastered a video game, but you're still playing on easy.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how it looks, which I think is the most encouraging part. Like, 29. What do you have the other night? Like 29, 7, and 5.
Yeah,
like that's great, but it's the way he looks doing it that is so encouraging to me, and why it's beyond just summer league. Like when what's the guy that's suiting up for the Warriors right now? Mac McClung. He had like 23 or 27 in a game, and it was like, that's just summer league. Like, this guy's going one-on-one with guys who aren't going to be in the NBA. With Keegan, it's like that guy just has a better idea than everyone else about where he needs to be, where the ball needs to go, and what he needs to do to put the ball in the basket. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm taking this as, I'm not printing the Rookie of the Year trophy for him yet, but I'm also not going like, this doesn't matter, because I think it does because of the way he's doing it.
What does what James Wiseman is doing, does that matter for the Golden State Warriors? Like, what does James Wiseman next year mean for the Golden State Warriors?
The fact that James Wiseman is playing minutes is meaningful, but I mean, that's what I'm looking for right now. How many minutes can he play? Like, can he just be on the court? And then as far as his impact this year, like, the guy has played since 2019. He's played like 42 basketball games or something like that.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah. He would be a, assuming injury, he would be a redshirt junior right now in college. So if he can just be like a, 4 or 5 minutes each quarter, playing 18 to 20 minutes a night, where he's doing, I don't mean this as an insult, but like, the impact that JaVale McGee had for the Warriors in the 2018-2019 seasons, 2017-18, whatever that was, that kind of impact where he's just running the floor, blocking some shots, getting some rebounds, altering shots at the rim, and just giving them size that they didn't have. But we've seen it in summer league. Like, Draymond Green talked about it on his podcast. Like, a lot of rebounding is timing, and his rebounding has been really bad in summer league because he's just not. Like, I talked about Keegan Murray having an idea of where to be and how to play. Mm-hmm. Wiseman does not have that right now at all. Everything he's doing is purely physical skill at this point. So that's what can he just play games? Can he play 65 games and by the end of the year kind of look like he has an idea of what he needs to be doing? Because right now it's just a lack of experience, I think, for him. So it's exciting, especially the flashes where he, blocks a jump shot and then leads the break and then hits a three. And it's like, great. That's all fantastic, but he needs to do it more consistently than he's done it.
I'm rooting for the young man. I really like James Wiseman. I want to see him, like you said, just play games, stay healthy, get on the court and get an opportunity to be part of a team consistently. Because I got no doubt in my mind, if he's able to stay healthy, he's going to produce. Is he going to be an all-star? I don't know that. I know he has that type of talent, but I think he's going to produce at the very least, bare minimum. So I hope he gets an opportunity to just stay healthy and play. We've seen a lot of the time with the Warriors in the summer league, Kuminga's gone off and people are really excited about what he can do. What do you think about Moses Moody? Because we've seen highs and lows from him in this summer league. I think he's played maybe 2 or 3 games. He hasn't played a lot, but he played in the California Classic and wasn't that impressive. And then he just goes crazy, I think, in his first game of summer league for like 32 3/4. What do you think about Moses Moody this summer?
I think that Moses is going to be, so of the Kuminga, Moses, Moody, James Wiseman kind of trio, I feel like Moody is the guy that he's just going to be in the league for like 12 years. And whether he's an all-star or just a 3-and-D guy, just a generic 3-and-D guy, like I think there's always going to be a role for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's encouraging that he went into summer league though, and for the most part did what he needed to do and looked, like you said, like, okay, this is probably a step below where he should be. He's still a little bit inconsistent, but again, he didn't get to play a ton last year, and he was a rookie who would have been his second year in college. So, I'm higher on Moody, I think, than most people. Like the fact that he came in in the Western Conference Finals in Game 2. That was the game that the Warriors were down 19 at home to the Mavs, and they started to close it out. And Damian Lee had come in and was just a detriment in that game. He did not play well, and Kerr turned to Moody. And granted, Gary Payton II was hurt, and the rotation was a little bit out of whack, but Moody was on the court for the minutes that effectively closed that game out in the biggest game of the year to that point. So I don't have a question of whether he will eventually turn into a serviceable NBA player. It's just like, where is his ceiling? And I think that's fine. I think that he was an end of the lottery pick. So I'm not super concerned if his ceiling isn't crazy high, but I think he's going to be a good player for a long time.
Kevin Durant Warriors. Chance at all.
I mean, yeah, I
okay, give me a reason why not.
All right, so I've waffled on this a lot because the basketball says, like, yes, you add Kevin Durant if you can. But the Warriors fan in me is like, dude, and the vibes curator in me is like, the vibes are great, and Kevin Durant has bad vibes. So it's I've gone back and forth. But if you told me you have to give up Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Wiseman, and Wiggins, and whatever for Durant, but you're going to guarantee 2 titles in the next 4 years, I think I would take it. I think I would, because now you're putting...
No, absolutely. You would take it. 2 titles?
Yeah, and so the Warriors' whole big thing has been this 2 timelines thing, right? It's the contending for titles now while developing the younger guys, and then in the post-Steph era, they just have this seamless transition to, oh, hey, here's 3 more guys that are a championship-level core. The odds of that happening are really low because that means Wiseman's really good, Kuminga's really good, Poole is really good, and Moody is really good. 3 of those 4 are good players, like all-star caliber players.
Right.
Like, probably not. Like, they'd be lucky if one of those guys an all-star.
Right.
So if you're guaranteeing 2 championships where Curry and Clay and Draymond now all have 6, like that's hard to pass up. But on the other hand, you kind of want to see what it looks like with Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman and Poole all playing together over the next 4 or 5 years with this coaching staff, with this infrastructure. It's the ceiling is super tantalizing, right? Like if Kuminga and Wiseman hit their ceilings, like watch out. But injuries, do they get there? Like, are they just good? Like, are they good enough? Those are all questions. So I've waffled a little bit. Right now I'm on that tip of like, man, if the Nets are like, get this dude out of here, and the price is Wiggins and Poole, like, man, just do it. Like, why not? But when it comes to unloading like everything, where the post KD Steph era is nothingness, that's where it's kind of, you don't want to get to that point.
The crazy thing about it, and first of all, I agree with you 100%. Like it's interesting when you talk about Like some people just expect Kuminga, Poole, Moody, Wiseman to be the next championship core. Like they can be really, really good in the NBA and not be anywhere near a championship team. Like we use De'Aaron Fox, for example. De'Aaron Fox is a baller, averaged 23 points a game last year, 23 points a game last year, didn't sniff an all-star. You know what I'm saying? So that's a completely different level. And that's what people fail to remember with that.
Just look at all the young cores around the league right now. The NBA is really good.
Oh yeah.
Like there are so many good teams full of dudes that are 25 and younger.
Yeah.
And the Kings might wind up being one of those teams. But the thing that jumps out to me is like, man, look at what the Jazz had. The Jazz had all-world defensive center Rudy Gobert. They had Donovan Mitchell, who set the league on fire. They had really good role players, and they just did nothing.
Right.
And they had really like if Jordan Poole, I mean, it's not if Jordan Poole is Donovan Mitchell, like the Warriors would be thrilled.
Right.
Yeah.
But that doesn't get you like that doesn't necessarily get you anywhere. You would need that and all this other stuff to fall into place. And I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to replicate the draft and develop and then get your Iguodalas in and your veterans. But like what they did with the Steph, Clay, and Draymond core just doesn't happen. Like, you don't just do that again.
Right.
And even if, like I said, even if they do, there's a lot of really good young teams.
You also ranked on the greatest contract in the history of professional sports on accident.
Right. Yeah,
like
4 and 40 or whatever it was for Steph. On a second
and there were still plenty of people who were like, "Oh, I can't believe they did that."
Right.
And then a year later, it was like, Lord.
Well, the other thing wasn't there a CBA quirk that allowed them to get Kevin Durant?
The cap spike.
Yeah, and that was off of the strike or the lockout, where like it doubled or something, right? Like because they made up for a year or something like that, right? Isn't that how it spiked?
I forget I forget the exact circumstance, but basically instead of spreading out the cap over all the years, they just jumped it all at once.
Yeah.
And
that and your best player was making
$8 million. Right. MVP making 10 a year.
The other thing about this, Kyle, that I think about, and I completely understand Warriors fans not want to go down that road again with KD. If I was Boogie Buzzins or Guy Bansky, I'd be telling KD, hell no, don't go back there. Are you crazy?
Right.
Like, are you out of your mind? That should not even be an option to go to the Warriors. That is no.
And it might not be. We have no idea where the interest level is.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but it's also not KD's call.
No,
it's basketball. It is to a certain degree. Well, like, you going to trade him to the Warriors? What's he going to say? No?
Right. Well, I mean, in theory, he would just be like, well, I'm just not going to play for them.
Like, but you really think he would do that? I mean, well, Kevin Durant, you know what, he might.
There's tweets to get off. He might.
True.
He was doing this thing on Twitter the other day where he was like, "Hey, everybody, have a great day. What did you do to enhance your legacy?"
Yeah, that was great.
There's not Kevin Durant's playing for the Brooklyn Nets next year, so it's.
I think so too.
That's ultimately what I think is happening.
Like, they're definitely just going to run it back, right?
I kind of feel like they are, and there's not like they're a legit championship contender. They can compete in the East.
And good on the Nets for not just being like, great, here, whatever's the first offer is, you can go. Just being like, nah, man, you're under contract. It's what the Niners did with Debo. It was like, okay, fine. If we get blown away by an offer, we'll trade you, but we're not just going to give you away because you want to go.
Right.
So shout out to the Nets.
Well, shout out to Kyle Madson, who was in our notes today in the rundown, because I wanted to ask you. We haven't talked about football in months.
What's football?
Exactly. It's the other thing that you do when you're not talking with us. You brought up Debo. Is this all things have kind of settled down, and dynamic duos of Ayuk and Debo, and social media behavior seems to be on point. Is this deal going to get done, or like what's going to happen with Debo entering the next season?
It feels that way. And it's felt that way. So once the Jets picked at 10 and didn't trade that pick to the Niners for Debo, to me, it was done.
Mm-hmm.
Debo wants to get paid. And if he sits out this year, he doesn't get the final year of his rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's a restricted free agent going into next year where he hasn't played football in a year.
Mm.
And the Niners hold most of the cards here if Samuel wants to get paid,
Mm-hmm.
and he does. So the fact that he didn't get traded, he was at mini camp and like participating without being in drills. I think he's coming back. I'm not. I would be way more surprised if he doesn't than if he does. And whether he's there day one of camp, I don't know. I don't know what the negotiation's like, but I think it's something that they're eventually going to work it out. So
I kind of feel like that's a foregone conclusion personally. I mean, you're probably a little more closer to it than I am, Kyle, but I think for sure he's coming back. I think the biggest question is, do the Niners take care of him in this offseason as opposed to letting him just play the final year of his contract? That's the one that I'm not sure of.
I just can't. So, right. So that's an option. If Samuel wants to say, cool, I'll play for, forget his cap number this year, but I'll play for $4 million or whatever it is. Fine. But that's a huge risk.
Yeah.
Like that's a major risk, because at that point, like the Niners have no investment. If you don't like your role as a wide back or whatever, they're not going to care. They're trying to win games. And if he gets hurt, like that messes up his bag for next offseason.
Right.
So I think they're going to come to a point like the Terry McLaurin contract I thought was really interesting, is 3 years. And the big thing about Samuel has been, it's not so much about this contract, it's about future contracts. And he wants a role where he's going to be able to get more than this one contract.
Mm-hmm.
So if he gets paid on a 3-year deal, that puts him back in unrestricted free agency before he's 30. He continues playing well as a receiver. Now he's getting, top of the market wide receiver money again in 3 years. So that's where I think the Niners are going to push for like that 4 or 5 year contract, but it wouldn't surprise me if they settle on a 3-year deal that gets and keeps him in the building, and then they can kick the can down the road a couple of years.
We learned Jimmy G's been throwing for the last few weeks. Does that mean anything?
He's healthy. Like that's good.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frame it like, yeah, he's healthy, good for him.
Yeah,
but this all ends the same way, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's either getting traded or cut. It's just
why would he be traded for?
That was my next question.
It's Cleveland and Seattle are the two logical landing spots left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Barring an injury that we don't know about.
And Cleveland is very circumstantial at this point, anyway.
Extremely.
The Texans jumped into the fray this week, I guess, too.
I don't think they did.
Okay.
I think Florio at Pro Football Talk like speculated.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't know anything, but what if this happens?
That's kind of what he said, to be fair.
Yeah, and John McClain, formerly the Houston Chronicle, he's really tapped in with the Texans. He also said that they'd never trade Deshaun Watson, but mitigate something about mitigating circumstances.
That's
Whatever.
it. Got it.
Is that it? I think forced our hand a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But he said that they don't want him. And if they're sold on Davis Mills, why would you trade for Jimmy Garoppolo in a year where you're probably not going to win? So let's just say it's Cleveland and Seattle. The reason you'd trade for him is because, hey, we can give up a 2024 6th round pick to make sure he gets in our building instead of another building in free agency where they get in some kind of weird bidding war. But to your point, if Deshaun Watson gets 6 games and the Browns say, cool, it's Jacoby Brissett for 6 games, and then we're going to just start Deshaun Watson, which sounds insane, but that's a different conversation.
6 games.
Then, yeah.
Insane. If Deshaun Watson gets 6 games, oh my God, dude.
Wow.
I think
that's incredible.
I think it's going to be like 10.
But that's really better. Like I
know it's not. I know it's not.
And it might get lowered on an appeal. You know, the appeal is coming, and they give them 10, it gets down to 6 or something like that.
Everything I've read by smarter people than me have been like, yeah, the NFL doesn't have a lot, and that's tough. But regardless, like I said, different conversation. I think that's what will get that news, or the Browns will get that news. So the Browns will know whether that becomes public first, and then we'll get the Garoppolo domino where the Browns say, hey, we want to bring him in the building, or we don't. And then the Niners, either cut him or try and send him to Seattle or Cleveland.
There's that. Yeah, that seems to be the other team involved in this. You can get much more 49ers content from Kyle Madson over at NinersWire.com, where he writes everything on that webpage. And you can subscribe, rate, and review to the fantastic podcast Candlestick Chronicles.
Yeah,
with Kyle Madson and Chris Biederman. Kyle, we appreciate you. James Ham joins us next here when we return. Plus, the sneaky best story in all of sports. Tell you what that is when we return here on ESPN 1320. Oh, we're clear, Casey.
Oh, for sure. Man.
Good to see you, bro.
All right, man.
We'll see him in a couple of weeks.
In a couple. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yep. Kenny's invited.
I'm not going to stick around for the tease. What was it?
The Doug Gotleib story.
What?
Doug Gottlieb's being sued by Freddie Freeman's former agent.
Oh, my God.
For the tweet about the contract. They're suing him. Like, I don't think he can win, but I just think it's fantastic that Doug Gottlieb is being sued literally because he's a piece of shit. And he's being exposed for how bad he is at it. Like, I'm suing you because you are horrible at your job. I love that so much. I love it.
Incredible.
That is just that's the best story in the world.
That's remarkable.
It literally couldn't happen to a better person.
And the agent is doing that just because Gottlieb sucks.
100%.
He's like, how can I mess with this guy's life?
Absolutely. It's probably, I'm not going to say it's impossible to prove. It's probably real difficult to prove. But he's like, oh, we're doing this.
Okay, so I mean, you have to prove. I don't know exactly what it is, but typically it's like you got to prove like actual malice, right?
Right. Well, he's claiming himself as a private figure versus a public figure. So there is a distinction between those two.
Okay.
And it's almost like a civil court versus a criminal court. Like the burden of proof is different.
Well, but at some point, Gottlieb, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like if they prove that Gottlieb didn't talk to anybody and just made it up.
Yeah.
Like that's awesome.
It's so good.
Shout
right?
out to that.
So
agent.
good. It's so good.
That's incredible.
Yeah. That's why I called it the best story in all of sports. Did
you follow any of the Draymond Green, Damon Bruce stuff?
So no, I saw Stacy post something. I didn't. No, I didn't. What did I miss there?
All right. So Damon says on his show the other day, how do you 7-1 and play 20 minutes of basketball and only get 2 rebounds? That's unacceptable. Chet Holmgren is 50 times the player James Wiseman is right now. And our station tweeted that quote out, and it blew up. Well, Draymond on his podcast, in more words, is basically like, yeah, I saw this from Damon and Ratto, called him out by name, was like, saw this, they don't know what they're talking about, and did that whole spiel. And then Damon responded yesterday. But yeah, so Draymond saw the quote and called Damon out specifically.
Oh.
Which I thought was kind of funny.
Yeah. All right. Hey. One thing you can't say about Draymond, man, he's got his guys' backs.
One of the points my boss is making today is like Draymond jumps on a podcast and says that people who haven't played the sport can't talk about the sport. And he's like, but then why can Draymond podcast? If he's like, how come he gets to do media?
We're coming back here.
I mean,
Good point.
Is it?
No, everybody's got five. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being with us. Big thanks to Kyle Madson there for being with us. We're just really weeks at most away from ramping up our NFL conversations and our 49er conversations again with Kyle Madson.
Can't wait because we ain't gonna dive into it right now, but I see that disrespect flowing already. Boy, everybody always just want the Niners to just not be good, man. I see it already. It's cool though. It's cool. Like I said last year, they were saying the same thing. It's cool.
It is, in fact, not cool.
Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be sitting up here dancing, in January, and it'll be a good playoff season. And you're like, oh, how'd this happen? Well, you want to listen.
I'm just informing, some people might be new to this show. You might have just discovered on 98.5 HD2 on the radio.
True.
You may have just discovered us on ESPN 1320. When Kenny repeats himself over and over, like if he's saying it's cool, it's not cool. And he gonna be hot.
Mental note. I'm making a mental note. See, before Damian thought I was just making this stuff up, and then I would point it out. He would see it. And then I'd be like, y'all think I'm just crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy.
I bet a couple people.
I'm just breaking down your language for people. That's all.
I bet you there's gonna be a lot of people that have the Niners finishing third in the NFC West. And Arizona did make some good moves. Right? Arizona.
Oh, stop that.
I know. I'm just telling you, when you see it, know that you knew I knew it was coming first.
Okay. Leezy's on the phone. Leezy's banned from the phone today. Just Leezy, no. You're banned today. You're on a 1-game suspension for your behavior in the chatty house. Marry the game, De'Aaron. Marry the game. Leezy's on suspension for the day. We got you on Monday, Leezy. Good behavior gets you back on the line on Monday. The sneaky best story in all of sports.
Talk to me. I'm interested in this. What are we talking about here?
Doug Gotleib is being sued for libel. This is
a bit of this.
The greatest story in the history of sports media. Casey Close, the former agent of Freddie Freeman, is suing Doug Gotleib for libel, alleging that Gotleib falsely and recklessly defamed Close and XL Sports Management in a tweet in which he claimed that the agent and agency had not presented a contract offer to Freddie Freeman from Atlanta. And I remember when that tweet came out, and I remember like it immediately became, and why anybody would take Doug Gottlieb's word for anything, I have no idea. But that tweet took off, and it was, oh, how negligent, what a horrible practice. That's why you can't trust these agents, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. And Casey Close said, oh, no, we're not doing that. And it is laid out in the complaint, the negotiation process, what was taken to Freddie Freeman, and the fallout from this tweet by Doug Gotleib. Now, I was talking to Kyle about this a minute. This is going to be extremely difficult to prove because libel, a lot of it is going to matter on the distinction of Casey Close being either a public figure or a private figure. The complaint is clear to note that he's a private figure rather than a Kanye West or a Kim Kardashian or something along those lines.
So by saying that, it's harder to prove libel for a private figure.
This is the wrong term, but the burden of proof is different.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like in a criminal court, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Whereas in civil court, it's like, yeah, you're responsible for it. It's kind of the same thing.
Gotcha.
And again, liable is really, really difficult to prove. But just the fact that a dude who is known in this industry for being Doug Gotleib has been robbing Fox Sports for years. Fox Sports has been willingly giving this dude money for years upon years. And the fact that Casey Close stepped out and said, yeah, no, I'm actually suing him just because he's a you know what? Like, I'm just going to sue him because of
it's
that.
the principality of the situation.
Like, it literally couldn't happen to a better person.
I agree 100%. And I wish there was a way that they could win this. I'm gonna just be honest with you. They can win this to kind of stop all this nonsense. Like especially if you're Doug Gotleib, and you know, number one, there's two things that you know, or take your pick. You either know that's not true. What you tweeted out and what you said is not true about them not offering them and all this other stuff. You either know that's not true and you're going out and saying this regardless, or you know that you don't know if it's true or not, yet you're saying it like it's true.
You didn't go through the process. That's
right. And you have to have some responsibility as a public figure himself to not go out and do that kind of reckless stuff. And he's, like you said, been doing this for years, but he's not the only one. And this may be a wake-up call for a lot of people to not just go out and say whatever. Like, you can't just say whatever. Then they'll be like, oh, well, you know, hey, it happened. No, you might have to, you may have to put this on the shirt as well. You may have to pay what you owe, granddad, for just saying anything. You can't just say anything and affect people's careers like he did and reputations.
And homie has been saying anything forever. The definitive Doug Gotleib story I have for you is, here's a sentence I don't utter very often. I've actually been to like 4 of them. I was at a Kenny Chesney concert at the Mohegan Sun. So it's not a stadium, it's a casino. And the arena, 8,000, 9,000, much smaller than he normally plays, but Mohegan Sun is high rollers is what they do.
Right.
Backstage, it's Connecticut. So like Mike Golick is there with his kids. I'm there with Kara. Doug Gotleib is there. Everybody's super, and so we're in this little like lounge area, and he's like, Kenny Chesney's an awesome dude, right? Like, super chill, has a bunch of people, loves sports, has a bunch of people backstage, talk sports, do all of this stuff. But everybody lets them respect the process, right? You're about to do a concert in front of 10,000 people. Hey, what's up, Kenny? Hey, you do the whole thing. Again, there's the heavy hitters of ESPN are there. The dude who runs ESPN is backstage at this concert. One person repeatedly in Kenny Chesney's face. Doug Gotleib. Doug Gotleib is literally that dude who is in front of his favorite celebrity asking him all of these questions. Minutes before Kenny Chesney goes on, I'm watching him and I'm elbowing Kenny, like, hey, look at this. And you can see Kenny getting visibly agitated by this repeat, like, questions over and over and over and over and over again. Like, Doug Gotleib won't stop talking until finally Kenny turns around, eyeballs his manager. His manager comes over and literally takes him away from Doug Gotleib and leads him towards the stage. That is like that. He is the most annoying human being on the earth. Oh, that was it was so cringy. It's cringy. And
did I tell you?
Look, think back at that and laugh.
Did I tell you I've had interactions with his dad before?
Doug Gottlieb's dad?
Yeah.
No.
He's just Gotleib gets it from his household.
Oh, Jesus.
His dad was like a basketball coach, a travel basketball coach. And when I was living in LA, gym I would work at, sometimes he would rent out a court there. And it was just a couple of times when he rented it out, but he didn't get confirmation, but he showed up anyway, expecting to practice. And I'm like, well, all right, well, let me figure out what's going on, make some phone calls. And his dad would act just like you would think Doug Gotleib would act in that particular situation.
The complaint also says, although we gave Mr. Gotleib an opportunity to retract his false statement, he failed to do so.
To be honest with you, I don't know why he wouldn't get in trouble. Like, if they got receipts like that, like, yo, we tried to say, hey, don't do this, and he still did it.
Because here's the. I mean, I hope you're right. Here's my only concern about it. I think the agent Casey Close and the agency, they can prove the process. They can prove what they went through, and even with Freddie Freeman, they can prove that they submitted everything to him.
Right.
What they can't prove is what Doug, or let me rephrase that. What's more difficult to prove is what Doug Gotleib was told. So if Doug Gotleib has someone in the Braves organization or someone in the Dodgers organization or something like that, that chain of command, so to speak, that chain of evidence is a little bit more difficult to prove.
Right. But here's what I'm thinking. Then to clear his name, he's gonna have to, if he did get that, he's gonna have to tell who told him that.
Right.
Which that person is gonna have to get in trouble. If anybody told him anything.
Which is like the journalistic sacred code, right? You don't give up your sources.
Right.
And it's like, all right, don't give them up. You're gonna be held liable. Yeah, like those are the choices. Like, you're not going to jail.
Yeah.
This isn't Watergate, but you're gonna be held liable for this. And
was that what happened with the Barry Bonds reporting? Didn't, like, the people who wrote that book and had sources, didn't they get called to testify, and they had to
went to
their sources and they didn't do it?
They went to jail.
That's what I'm trying to remember.
Went to jail. Someone was called in front of, I don't know if it had to do with the book though. I feel like someone went to jail. Was it Barry Bonds' trainer?
Oh yeah, he definitely went to jail. Brian Anderson, I think it was. He did like a couple years, I feel like.
For Barry?
Because he didn't talk. He didn't snitch. But I felt like the writers also
doing bicep curls and chest press.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Protein. He made me drunk when he stopped playing.
I do not recall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. But I feel like the writers, maybe James would know too, but I feel like the writers, something happened with them and their sources, and I don't think they revealed the sources. I'm not sure if they went to jail or not, but I don't think they revealed the sources.
Do you remember the Barry Bonds case, the Barry Bonds hearings or whatever? Like, we're talking about the Doug Gotleib case and Doug Gotleib being held for or being sued for libel and like some of the different twists and turns that could take. But Kenny brought up something about Barry, and I remember someone going to jail. I remember his trainer, but I'm trying to remember if we're trying to figure out if anyone else went to jail in that process for not giving up their sources.
No, I don't think anyone. I don't remember anyone going to jail. I remember, is it Victor Conti? Is that his? That was his trainer. I think he was held in contempt because he wouldn't.
Victor Conti's the chemist.
Yeah, he's the brains of the whole operation.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody got in some trouble there, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure as far as like who was the writers on that.
Furuwawa or something like that. I know I'm butchering.
Furuwata, I think. Yeah.
And I felt like, like I said, I don't know if he went to jail. I don't want to say that, but I remember there was something about maybe it was a libel situation where they were like, "Hey, you got to tell us who told you all this stuff." And that was the journal. That's when I kind of got introduced to the whole journalistic, you never give up your sources type deal. Yeah. And like I said, I don't know if he went to jail, but I remember that being an issue.
Yeah, it's weird. It's always touchy. You never want to give up your sources. I mean, I had a story once, and I went to double check it, and I had someone within the walls like demand that I tell them who my source was, and I was pissed. I was not happy at all, and I told them that that's so unprofessional. I can't believe you just asked me who my source is on this, and it was a Marvin Bagley injury issue.
Oh my.
and my source was good, and it was a situation where they said no, that your information is wrong, and then it proved out that it was not wrong. It was 100% correct. But in the middle of it, I actually had them say, who is your source? Who's telling you this? And I'm like, are you serious? Like, you're going to ask me that question? Like, I just don't know how to answer you at this point, because that's so incredibly unprofessional in that situation.
Couple of orders of business here. Number one, you are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always free on the Odyssey app. Number two, we've got tickets to see Grammy Award-winning blues, rock, and soul fusion artist Gary Clark Jr. He's going to be at Hard Rock Live on October 9th, and we have got your tickets right now. Caller number 3, 916-349-1320, as we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Hamkinney.
Don't mind me. Forgive me here, Damian. There's two things I wanted to go over real quick. Number one, Doug Gotleib. I know for a fact, I saw the game where he was at Notre Dame. He played Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson cooked the hell out of him. And I think that was the game where John Thompson threatened to take the team off the court because the crowd was saying, calling Allen Iverson a jailbird. Don't get me, don't quote me on that one, but I think that was that same game. Number two, is Kenny Chesney
strategy for a team that has Doug Gotleib on it?
Yeah, you feel me?
I guess they're different.
Number two, just to put a book on this one, is Kenny Chesney the one that rescheduled his concert because he's a big North Carolina fan and it was the Final Four game?
No.
Who was that?
No, that's a different country artist. I don't know who it was, to be honest with you.
I don't know.
Kenny's a Tennessee guy. That's the connection. He's a Tennessee guy.
And I wouldn't know. That's like talking country is like talking rap with me. Actually, I prefer rap over country.
So to James, Kenny Chesney and Kendrick Lamar, same person, same thing for all. I don't mind Kenny. Kenny Chesney is there's actually a couple country music artists that I don't mind at all. Kenny's not Kenny's more of I think there's something called country rock or something like that. He's a little bit more along those lines where it's funky. Like it's got I don't mind it.
I think he was friends with Nick Swisher when he was with the A's.
Oh,
too.
wow. That's a throwback.
He's probably friends with every athlete you can think of. Like he loves sports. Like he's got a book where you just go through his tour photos, and he's with coaches, with players, just all over the country. Is he the Vivek Ranadive of country music? With all due respect to Vivek Ranadive, I'm not going to do that to Kenny Chesney. I'm out here on a limb. Kenny Chesney is a massive country star.
Oh, for sure.
He's not I
know who he is. So yeah, he's a massive country star.
His tours are stadiums. He's not doing the Golden One Center. He's doing Levi Stadium, and he's doing SoFi and Allegiant Stadium. That's what he does.
No, I meant as far as his photo roll. That's all I meant.
Vivek got a long photo roll.
Yeah, Vivek,
They go Kings.
Yeah, he takes pictures with a lot of famous people. So does my dude Sean Cunningham. Sean Cunningham, he's got some stories. We on the Kings Beat virtual happy hour, he told the Paris Hilton story, which is one of the greatest stories ever, where Paris Hilton said he saved her life. And then introduced him to somebody. Who did she introduce him to?
Did he tell that story on the first episode of the Kings Beat, or did you tease that story on the first episode?
We teased it, and then he told it on the happy hour. And
that's what happened.
Man, who was it? He was introduced to somebody backstage, and I can't remember who it was. Yeah.
We got to have Sean on the show next week because there's a Jay-Z plaque behind him that I always want to ask him what it's from. It looks like it says Madison Square Garden, and I need to know if Sean was at a Jay-Z show at Madison Square Garden. So we need to book Sean for next week. Just because I need to see the plaque behind him, and he needs to be at home.
Just to talk concerts.
That was a hell of an episode of the King's Beat that you guys did with Sean at the bar.
You know, you got to do what you got to do.
Sound.
Sean was distracted multiple times. He was able to have a beer while he was on the pod. I mean, when you're at Summer League and you got to break out of a stadium and search for a spot, there's nowhere that's quiet. I mean, it's Vegas. Everywhere you go, there's like the chime of casino, of like slot machines and everything else. There's no quiet place in Vegas. And I'm certainly not going to ask Sean to go outside in the heat and like find a quiet spot outside. That just doesn't happen.
Like it's going to be quiet outside in Las Vegas.
It would be like the original Frosty the Snowman. You go out there and there's just a hat there where Sean was supposed to be sitting. You're like, what just happened?
All you're going to hear on the pod is a bunch of, "Hey, watch your mouth, woman!"
Yeah. It was good. I mean, in those situations when you do stuff on location, because we've done it multiple times where we've gone to, restaurants and stuff, and like people complain about it. And I always like the ambiance of where somebody's at, like I do. I like the ambiance of hearing when I'm listening to something with someone who's somewhere that, you hear things going on in the background. You hear the faint sound of music and stuff like that. And so I don't get it. I mean, sure, is the audio perfect? No. But you got to do what you got to do in those situations.
Yeah, you get used to it. As a listener, you get used to it. Ain't no big deal.
Yeah.
There's a report out there that Keegan Murray's going to play tonight. Like, it's cool, but why? I feel like we're riding really high right now, and I don't feel like it can get any higher.
Well, that and he's leading Summer League in minutes played. Like, are they looking for an MVP? I mean, he's already going to be a first team all Summer League selection. Like that actually mattered. I don't know why that matters, but maybe there is a ring for MVP. It's possible he could win MVP because you got to go back to last year where the co-MVP was Davion Mitchell, but he shared it with was it Cam Thomas? It was someone else who had scored the most during the tournament, but he was the best player on the best team as far as Mitchell. So maybe that's what they're going for. I'm not sure. It's just
Tom is going for another one.
Yeah, back.
It's crazy. I just don't. It's risky putting someone out there and hoping that everything goes well because I mean we got a couple of months here, but that time can be eaten up very quickly by an injury, and we've already seen so many of the big name guys go down in this in the tournament. As far as like Shaden Sharp and Jaden Ivey and even EJ Liddell. Yeah. There's been plenty of guys who have gone down, and so you always have to be a little leery on that.
The other thing that I don't like about it either is there's the level of desperation in these games from the guys that he's playing with. These guys are fighting for their basketball lives, and they'll do anything to catch the attention of some of the scouts that are there or just get some stuff on tape. And I'm not saying it to say anybody's going to do something, nefarious or something dirty, but, there's a loose ball. I'm going to show my hustle and just dive recklessly out there. I wouldn't want him around any of this for the next 2 days. So I don't really even see the benefit in him playing another 2 more games, to be honest with you.
No, I don't see it either. And the problem that you have is that a lot of teams shut down their better players. And so that leaves a bunch of tryhards. And that's where things get dangerous. You go up for a layup and some guy is out of control and takes you out on accident. Again, I don't think it's purposeful, but guys are trying to show that they belong and they are doing try-hard things. They're on the floor. They're going up high when you're on a wide open break and they could hurt you. So there's always that risk. And I don't know, as far as I'm concerned, he's shown everything that you wanted him to show. Like everyone in the league is applauding the Kings at this point, including people like myself who were leery on taking him at number 4. He's been spectacular. He's been everything that they hoped he would be, and probably quite a bit more. And so it's good to see that, but at the same time, like you're putting a guy out there. Even the Keita thing, Keita ends up with 1 point and 1 rebound in 24, 25 minutes after having a calf injury. That's so risky. Calf injuries can be a 10-week injury with no question, and lead you into training camp, and he could miss all that development time. So I was a little shocked at that one. And then again, if he does play, you never know. Maybe they pull off and say, nah, he's not going to play tonight. It's not like fans buy tickets to the second weekend of Summer League just so they can see Keegan Murray.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll get back to Keegan and Summer League and all of that stuff. KZ Okpala, any thoughts on that signing this morning?
Yeah.
Any more details on it? Do we know the number to that? I couldn't find a number for it. No,
I'm going to guarantee it's a league minimum deal, and it's probably not even fully guaranteed. They have a 2-year contract, but I'm almost positive it's not fully guaranteed. I couldn't get any sort of the numbers this morning. It probably will pop up at some point where we have the numbers, but I don't know. Why not? This is a kid who, number one, he went to Stanford, so he's a smart kid. You don't get into Stanford even as a basketball player unless you got a head on your shoulders.
Yeah.
He's basically it's like they cloned Mo Harkless as far as his body. He's I think 6'7" and a quarter without shoes on. He's one of those guys that decided to show up in platform shoes to the combine. So he measured in a full 2.5 inches taller with shoes on, which is why I always like to say with shoes, without shoes. But 6'9" and 3/4 with shoes on. And it's hey man, are you wearing some Tom Cruise lifts there? What's happening? So I'm not sure. But again, 7'2" wingspan. This is a kid that averaged 19 points a game in his sophomore year in college. And he's been in one of the best organizations in the NBA for the last 3 years. That doesn't always work out. A couple of years ago, we saw Chris Silva get traded from the Miami Heat to the Sacramento Kings, and very quickly you realize that guy had no business being on an NBA court. But this is the type of long, athletic defender. He's got a relationship already with the entire coaching staff because he was on the Nigerian national team. So again, he knows Jordy, he knows Mike Brown, he knows Luke Laux. He's tied in. And if you can get a guy who has some promise, who's still only 23 years old, who, has all the measurables that you could dream of, and is a defensive, lockdown guy, then I think, it's worth the low risk, even if it did cost him one of their roster spots for this season.
Yeah. And we talk a lot of the times about kicking the tires on certain players. And a lot of times, I know me specifically, I'm talking about guys that are, offensively talented and seeing what they got, bringing them in, see if that turns into something. I feel like the Kings, and I like the move, and I'm all for it, kind of did that here with maybe a defensive guy where, he's young. He has some attributes that you would like. The coaching staff is familiar with him. Let's see if we can bring him into the organization, bring him into the program, and see if that can manifest itself into something maybe bigger. And when I say bigger, I'm not talking like an all-star guy, but maybe a rotation guy at some point. And you got him essentially, we don't know the numbers like we talked about, but you got him at a relatively cheap price, and you got him before anybody else could get a look at him. I'm thinking like a Bruce Brown type guy in Brooklyn. So I feel like this was a kick the tire situation, but this time on the defensive end, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean, we keep looking at this roster and looking at the improvements. And, again, Keegan Murray is going to be a solid defender at the NBA level. Kevin Huerter is solid. Malik Monk he's got to get better. I mean, he told us even in his in his introductory press conference that was something that both the coach and the GM said, hey, look, you're going to have to play defense. You're going to have to get better on that end. We've been waiting for that moment where the Kings actually got somebody to play defense to improve the 27th or 28th worst defense in the league. And the problem that I have is that if you add players that play defense, they have to actually be players that will actually see the court and play minutes. because just having a guy that plays defense sitting on the bench doesn't actually help your defense. So again, I really dig Keon Ellis. I think he plays defense at a high level, and I'm excited to see what he can do. This is another guy in KZ Okpala that I think has all kinds of potential on the defensive end. But you need somebody who's in your rotation that can play defense, and we still have not seen that piece. Again, Keegan Murray a little bit. I think he's going to be a solid defender. I don't think he'll be an out of this world defender. But I think solid team defender, solid man-on defender, decent shot blocker, stuff like that. We're still waiting for that moment where they get somebody who actually can change what's happening on the court.
James, it was a really uneventful couple of hours yesterday when the Indiana Pacers submitted an offer sheet for $133 million to DeAndre Ayton. And we had fun debating what would happen, what would they do, what would the Suns do, can they work out a sign and trade, how would this all transpire? When ultimately it was very uneventful, and the Suns were like, yeah, we told him all along we were going to match this deal. Like, he's going to be a member of this organization. Saw Bobby Marks mention this morning that the Suns are now $15 million in the tax, and they want to remain competitive, and they were a 60-plus win team, and they want to get back to the NBA Finals and ultimately win that NBA championship. But I also wonder how much is that ownership, how much is Robert Sarver willing to, and how long is Robert Sarver willing to pay that far into the luxury tax, knowing it's probably only going to get worse. And that just led me to Cam Johnson. That led me to a guy who, like, do you have the opportunity to realistically re-sign him next year? And Cam is one of those guys where we've talked about, what do you want in exchange for Harrison Barnes? Well, preferably a Harrison Barnes. But if you could get a younger Harrison Barnes, that would be great. I honestly think the closest in the league to that might really be Cam Johnson. I don't know how realistic it is, but it's not like Phoenix has been known to just throw money around. So if they can shed a couple of bucks, maybe send another salary back here with Sacramento, take that money back, they're going to be well over the cap this year. Have that money fall off next year. Don't have to worry about qualifying offers or anything pertaining to Cam Johnson. And again, they're probably going to want to get rid of one other contract. I'm talking myself into, from the Phoenix perspective, this works and this makes sense. But just this morning, it just happened this morning. I fall quick. I think I fell in love with Cam Johnson.
Yeah, you have a tendency to do that. You guys fall in love with people. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a possibility that a guy like Dario Saric could be thrown in to make sort of the numbers, but we're talking about a team who's already over the cap, and already in the luxury tax zone. So, I mean, you could save them a few bucks by doing something, that could reduce their salary bill. But the problem is Cam Johnson doesn't make that much money. And so this season alone, he doesn't make all that much. I mean, could you get a Landry Shamet out of it or something like that? Maybe. But there's a better chance that they just run the risk of losing him for nothing next offseason, or they do a qualifying offer and they see what happens, and then maybe they get rid of a couple other guys on their books to clear out some space. I think it's a good idea because he is a young player who's developing and a very talented player. But at the end of the day, they are going to still play for a championship. And at least that's their hope, that they're going to be a team that's competing. Mm-hmm. And you're going to want to keep your core together as much as possible. And maybe you do end up paying the tax bill. Phoenix has got away without paying the tax bill for a long time. Maybe it is time that, that they shell out some dough, or they rethink the fact that they signed Chris Paul to like the most ridiculous salary of all time, and it just keeps going up. And although I guess he did take less money this time around, so yeah, they're going to be in a tax problem for a while. Chris Paul's making 28.4 this year, 30.8 next year, and 30 million in 2024-25. And we're talking about like
how old is he?
Going to be like 39?
Yeah.
He just turned 37, so he'll be 39 entering that final year.
CP40.
CP40, yeah. Yeah, that's going to be and he's going to make a lot, $30 million at 40. Yeah, he's done a really, really good job of making a lot of money over his career. He's made over 300 million already, and by the time he's done, it'll be closer to 400 million dollars.
Wow! Congratulations.
He's that caliber of player, though.
He is. We talk about all the time. He's one of the greatest point guards we've ever seen.
He's that guy.
Yeah.
Still led the league in assists last year.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I think, to be honest with you, not to go on this isn't the Suns Beat podcast, but I think moving forward, I don't know if he'd want to do it. It's not whether or not he can play or do some things. I think he gets worn down even more with his older age. I feel like, I don't know how you would do it, but like playing half the season would be more beneficial for somebody like Chris Paul. So by the end of the playoffs, he's not worn down. He's a little fresher. You could work with his minutes or something like that. I don't know, but like that's how you get him all the way through that contract, if you ask me.
Yeah, you know how you could have done that is if you would have drafted Tyrese Halliburton with the 10th pick in the 2020 NBA draft instead of Smith. Why am I drawing a blank? That they waived. Jalen Smith before his second year was up. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem, right?
So you mean a better version of prime Chris Paul is what you could have drafted there. But matter of fact, better version of Tyrese is way better than Chris Paul ever was.
Well, they certainly could have had a 3-guard set with Tyrese Halliburton playing 30-something minutes a night and allowing Chris Paul to take it easy during the regular season. And to not do that, I mean, that's going to be one that sticks out as one of the blunders. People they always blame the Kings for not drafting Luka. They forget that the Suns drafted DeAndre Ayton instead of Luka as well, and they've made plenty of other mistakes in the top 5 of the draft. Dragan Bender, Alex Len, lots.
I think Jalen and Jacoby were going to do a segment about how much Chris Paul could have learned from Tyrese Halliburton. Like, imagine Tyrese taking Chris Paul under his wing. Like, we know how great Tyrese Halliburton is. Imagine him taking Chris Paul under his wing.
He could have said, hey, bring your brother along, and I'll teach both of you how to be more likable, because Tyrese is one of the more liked guys in the league, where Chris Paul is not. He never has been.
I disagree.
If he's on your team, you love him. If he's not on your team,
I think fans have their feelings about Chris Paul. I don't think players have those feelings about Chris Paul.
Oh no,
DeMarcus
DeMarcus the only one.
DeMarcus is the exception.
Yeah, I mean, DeMarcus but there are other players there are a lot of players that don't like playing against Chris Paul. Like, it's the little things that he does. I mean, he's he's incredibly talented, and he hasn't won the big ring, but he definitely is a guy. I mean, he's first ballot Hall of Famer. He's just not like the guys that I've talked to. He's not loved around the league, but coaches like Michael Malone told me he's the best leader he'd ever been around, bar none. Wasn't even close.
I forgot. Nectar's right. Pat Bev doesn't seem to like him.
True. That's true. Pat Bev, I don't think likes anybody.
I don't think he likes himself most of the time.
What an embarrassing week that was for ESPN. I'm on there all week.
So bad. It's off the top of my head. I mean, Chris, Chuck, Patrick Ewing, Malone, and Stockton.
Mm-hmm.
The best player to never win a ring. Because part of me wants to say it's Chris Paul, but I don't.
No, it's got to be Karl Malone.
And that's the I don't Karl Malone is you talk about a terrible human being, but yeah, that dude was a ball player.
Karl Malone above Charles Barkley. Karl Malone was never. He won an MVP. He won one MVP, right?
Karl Malone better longer than Chuck.
He was definitely better longer. He was a better player longer than Charles Barkley.
Well, he also finished with more points, with more rebounds, everything than Chuck. I mean, Karl Malone was such a force. He isn't you're right as far as the human being part, but I don't know. And I mean, Charles Barkley is beloved now. I mean, this is his final year, right? this coming year.
Yeah, apparently he's talking to what's it called Liv. He's looking for a commentating job in Saudi Arabia.
Oh my god!
Hey, get the bag, Chuck.
I think it's warm there. Does he know that it's warm there? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know what Chuck knows. But I actually just saw that. I saw that note earlier.
His Subway commercial was pretty funny. The one with Romo.
Those are. I kind of feel like it's Barkley. I don't know. I don't feel like Barkley gets credited for how great he really like. Charles Barkley is a great basketball player.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, so is Malone, and Malone
for sure.
I mean, Malone would have had 3 titles if he didn't play in the Jordan era. So, you
Charles
probably say that
Barkley,
about Pat too.
Charles Barkley, I know Malone won an MVP, but I don't think he was looked at as the best player in the game, or the second best player in the game at that time. Charles Barkley had at least 2 seasons when he was the second best player in the game, best player in the world.
I don't know, man. Better than Olajuwon? I mean, he played in an era with some of the greatest centers in
93
ever.
93, Chuck was the second best player in the world.
That was slim, shredded Chuck.
In
Phoenix.
He was crazy.
Playing for Phoenix.
What he
That was a
doing
great team
against
too.
Seattle? Then he go like 40-20 in that Western Conference Finals Game 7.
Yeah,
something crazy, like 36-20 or something like that.
We'll come back. James Ham is going nowhere. We'll talk more about Keegan Murray and James. There's a lot of talk about ceilings. I'm curious about if you feel like Keegan Murray's ceiling, which is completely perceived, has changed at all. We'll dive into that when D'Lo and Casey return with James Ham here on ESPN 1320. Oh, right on, man. Mitch is a grandpa.
Hey, shout out to Mitch, man.
We'll make sure we hit that on the air.
Yeah, Soren. See, I gotta watch myself with you guys, man.
Yeah. James normally catches those pretty quick too. Thankfully, we both kind of just rolled past that one.
I missed it.
Yeah, it's something about being bigger and longer, and it was going to end badly if you kept looking at the chat. So,
yeah,
no good. No good.
Oh
man, you got plans this weekend, Hammer?
It's our anniversary.
Oh, very nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, 23.
Nice.
That's awesome. Where did you guys meet?
Albertsons. We both worked at Albertsons when we were super young.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Yes, Roddy. On a boat.
You guys lasted Albertsons.
Yeah. I think they still have them in.
Oh, do they? Oh,
they're in Southern,
in like Utah.
Oh,
yeah.
Southern California? Maybe not.
Yeah, they pulled out of California mostly, I believe. I'm not sure.
Johnny Juzang. Poor guy should have left after the Final Four.
Are there games on now?
Yeah. Clippers and Jazz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, Keldon Johnson's another one too. I don't know if the Spurs are buyers or sellers at this point. I'm going to guess that they're still sellers, but they haven't traded away Portal. You know, I don't know. You got to leave at least a couple of people there. What?
Yeah, I mean, you got to fill the team.
Yeah, and they're so far below the cap right now, they're going to have to sign somebody. I could see them doing something like you were talking about Keldon Johnson. I don't know, like, can Keldon play the 3? I don't think he can. He's more of a 4. And they have so much invested in him, even like, you know, with Pop taking him to, oh no, he's a small forward, taking him to the Olympic stuff. I could see them listening to a Harrison Barnes and draft capital for Keldon Johnson because they need to spend their cap space, and Keldon probably doesn't fit their window. He's 22. That's an interesting question. And the value with Harrison Barnes is you get to the midway point in the season and you trade Harrison Barnes for a first-round pick. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so get something from the Kings. Maybe a couple of second-round picks. And then, and then let them go trade Harrison for a first-round pick down the road. That just makes you way younger. I mean, that's why I would look at a deal like that. I still think that Harrison's probably a better overall player. I don't know.
Yeah.
But he averaged 17 and 6 last year, shot 39.8% from the field. From three.
How many years did you say for him?
He's entering his 4th year, so they're gonna have to pay him.
So it's the same as
Cam.
All right, we're coming back, guys. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider and creator of the Kings Beat with us. Before we dive back into the Sacramento Kings, KC, can we let them air horns fly for our man Mitch? Mitch from New Jersey has been talking about being a grandpa the last few months, and we didn't get a chance to talk to him today, but he did call Jesse and let him know the baby was born. Everybody is healthy, and our man Mitch is a grandpa.
Big ups to Grandpa Mitch, my man. Congratulations. Oh, why do I have to say it? I can play it.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
If I remember correctly, he was having a granddaughter. I believe that. I can't remember if that was definitively stated because I feel like if he was having a grandson, probably named him Keegan. Don't know that for sure. We'll check in with Mitch on Monday. Has Keegan Murray's ceiling now evolved to naming babies after him? Are we high enough on Keegan Murray now to just start naming kids over the course of the next 6-7 months after him?
Yeah, he's somewhere between naming kids and getting his face tattooed on your calf.
There you go.
Like he is. I think he's right there. At this point, it's early. We should always keep saying that it's summer league and it's early, but he's looked really good, and I think everyone should be super, super excited about him. And has he changed what I think his ceiling is? Probably a little bit. He hasn't blown the top off the ceiling. But he definitely has shown some things that make him even more intriguing than I think he was coming out of college. So, yeah, he's done a great job. And Kings fans should be totally excited about the pick and about his potential. You should be, you can't just start penciling in 41 wins as opposed to the 40 that these guys want. But you should probably... you should know that he's going to be a big part of what's going on this season, and he's got a chance to be a very successful NBA player.
What are some of the things that you've seen from him to make you change that? Is it just the consistency of the scoring, or there's some intricate things?
I got you, baby.
I wasn't going to say intricacies. I was meant to say intricate things in his game that you've seen that have kind of been like, oh, okay, I didn't think he had that. I could see him having that at the NBA level.
Yeah, I think I'll keep comparing him. If you look at guys like Harrison Barnes and Tobias Harris and Marvin Williams and say Rudy Gay, even though Rudy Gay's, was more of a 3 for most of his career, still almost the same size as Keegan Murray. If you look at those guys, what separates them from being they're all really, really good players, but what separates them from being superstars or all-stars It's just that little switch inside that says, okay, I'm going to take over. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. That killer instinct. They're all great players. They all do really good things on the court, but they're always going to be more like third best player on a good team or on a good playoff team. And to me, most of what separates those guys from that and like multi-time All-Star and future Hall of Famer, it's more mentality than it's anything else. Because when I watch Rudy Gay play here in Sacramento for a long time, like everything he does on a basketball court is beautiful. Like his finger roll was like George Gervin-esque. I mean, the whole time you're just like, holy cow, he is so incredibly talented. But he just never put his foot down and like demanded that he was great and his team was great and they were going to go win a bunch of games and a bunch of championships and all that stuff. So I think there is a mental component to Keegan Murray that we're already seeing that I didn't think that he had. And, it's that he calls for the ball. He wants the big shot. He takes a big shot. But even in a normal setting, he's calling for a ball in the corner. As soon as he catches it, it leaves his hand. There's no hesitation. There is no, nervousness to him. He's just ready to ball. And, I think that that's something that you just can't measure in a player until they get to the league and you see them in functional situations and see if they're a guy who can separate themselves from the pack. And so far, that's where I would say, hey, look, he has got something about him that changes my mind about him, that makes me think he can be better than what I thought he could be watching him in college. And that's because he's doing this at a different level, at a different stage, with players around him that aren't nearly as good, that he hasn't practiced with hardly at all. And he's demanding that they're good and they're great and that he's going to carry them. And I think that is the one thing that I'm watching and I'm super impressed with. And it changes what I think his ceiling can be.
Did that surprise you?
Yeah, it did, because I watched a lot of him. I came to you guys like early on and said, hey, Keegan Murray, because I thought the Kings were going to be around the 7th, 8th, 9th pick. And, that he was a guy that I totally liked. And then I watched him playing in his conference tournament and leading into the tournament. And it was like, okay, I like him, but do I love him? Do I think he's as impactful? Then you watch him at the next level with his spacing is better and everything else. And as a third option as a rookie, I think he can be a third option as a rookie. Mm-hmm. And that tells me that there's a possibility he could be a second option down the road. I don't know that he's a pure number one and that he can be that guy, but I do think he can be a really, really good player on a very, very good team. And I wasn't sure of that before. Now that's where I'm changing. Like his mentality has changed me, if anything.
Yeah. And we go through this whole draft process and everything, and we see things, but I think all three of us are really consistent in saying like we don't know, because the college game is a different type of game than the NBA game. Guys like Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey, Paolo Banchero, even you see it with Chet. The NBA game is so much more wide open. There are certain things that in college they kind of feel like they have the handcuffs on them because of the spacing or lack thereof, or the coaches have so much control over every single possession coming down the court that it's so much more wide open in the NBA. They may be able to reach parts of their games that we didn't even see in anything they can do in college. And I feel like Keegan, that may not be exactly what's going on with him, because he's about who he was in college to me, but it's just been blown up to a whole nother level. It's like the things that he was able to do in college, he can do them on a higher level now with all the spacing and different things going on the NBA game.
Yeah, I mean, like I've compared him to Marvin Williams, and someone made a comment about that's not going to age well. And like Marvin Williams was the second pick in the draft. He was a guy who lasted in the league for 14 years. I mean, he averaged 14 points a game. It's not like that's a derogatory thing to compare him to Marvin Williams. He moves like Marvin Williams. He does. I still see that as a player comp. The difference is, like, if he has this other thing that separates him, because we can all look, you can go back and watch film all you want of Marvin Williams. There are moments where you're like, how in the world did you just do that? That was incredible. Why don't you do that more often? You know, there are plays when Harrison Barnes cuts through the lane and he decides not to do the Euro step. He decides to go up and over the top of everyone and hammer a ball down. And you're just left with this like, okay, that was amazing. Where is that like the other 75 games of the year? Like, there are things that guys do where they almost, I feel like they cap themselves. They get comfortable in who and what they think they are in the league. And they're like, okay, this is who I'm going to be. And that's okay. And that's a good thing in some instances. But then in other instances where, you know, we're talking about a bunch of guys who were all taken in the top 10 outside of Tobias Harris, which I think was 19. Like, you should be a really, really good player. And what separates a really good player from a great player, and a great player from a, you know, multi-time All-Star, and a multi-time All-Star from a superstar and a like Hall of Fame player, it's like this little tiny bit. It's not some astronomical thing. There's only one LeBron. There's only, you know, one, I don't know, like you can go around like Giannis, but like what separates the Steph Currys and the Damian Lillards of the league? And then what's the next step down? What separates those guys from CJ McCollum? It's just that little tiny bit where they just figure it out and they demand something more and they're just better. And that's something that I think where you can see that Keegan has this other thing that could separate him, that could pull him ahead of some of the other players that we comp him against, just because there's something internally inside him that pushes him to be better and to want more.
And then one of the best thing is we talk, it almost feels like, because we're excited, and it's nothing at all wrong with that, we're talking almost definitively. Like, no, we were all wrong about Keegan Murray. He is going to be Jaden Ivey. What a ridiculous take. Marvin Williams, come on, James Ham. All based off of 6 games in the summer. Like, everything we had evaluated just definitively wrong. And Keegan is the next big thing here in the city of Sacramento. And again, absolutely nothing wrong with feeling that way. But I am really anxious to see him on the floor in a meaningful basketball game with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis out there with him. I'm anxious to see, and again, nothing has happened at all that's even remotely negative. I'm anxious to see how all of this translates, because what we saw in Summer League looks exactly what we saw in Iowa. This is the first time where we expect it's going to look different. It's going to look different because the level of competition is different. And for Keegan, and I think this is a positive thing, the level of basketball players around him is different. It's better. It's much better. And that's when we can make a judgment on Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I mean, if he walks in with this same personality that he has and this same skill set, and then it's De'Aaron Fox instead of Frankie Ferrari, and it's Domantas Sabonis instead of Neemias Queta, and like name that small forward versus Harrison Barnes, and then shooters that are just incredible, like Kevin Huerter and why am I drawing a blank? Malik Monk. Yeah, like he still has the ability to do what he's doing right now, because the pressure will be on those guys to do what they're doing, and he'll be able to have even more freedom. Like, I think he's going to have a wide open door to make a run at the Rookie of the Year, to play 28 to 30 minutes a game. I think the Kings are going to promote that. They're going to want him on the court. And at the end of the day, I think he's their best option at the power forward spot to be good. If you want to be a better team, he certainly, to me, is a major step above. In his rookie season, he'll be a major step above guys like Chimezie Metu and Trey Lyles and anyone else that you can put at that position. So I want to see what he looks like with the spacing and the everything looking different. Is he going to have some nights where he doesn't look good? Of course.
Nah.
But that happens to every player. Every player has that. So, yeah, I like what we're seeing so far. I really do.
And obviously, you're going to always be looking to, if you're Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings, you're going to always be looking to try to improve. But For the most part, do you think they're done now, or is it really no? We're not done. We're still active, trying to get things taken care of before the season starts.
No, I think they're still super active, and there's
Really?
still 2 or 3 major deals that are going to
How
happen.
how so? Like in what ways? I know we talk about Harrison Barnes. Is it just that, or are there other ways, via trade or free agent that we're not seeing? They can add some major pieces.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing left in free agency really. You're just picking on bones at this point. There's very very little left. So what I'm talking about is swinging for the fence, using draft capital, using veterans, using expiring contracts. You still have that in your arsenal to go out and do something, and that's where I think that they're going to continue to try to improve the team. Again, we've talked about it a bunch. It is Harrison Barnes as much as it's anything else, but that's because Harrison Barnes is entering the final year of his deal, and you need to take advantage of the fact that he both has value as a veteran and value as an expiring contract and a trade chip. I think he really does have all kinds of value in so many different situations that why not? Like, you can save him until you get to the trade deadline, but the problem is if you save him until then and you're competing, and say you're the 6th seed in the playoff hunt, you can't just trade him away for nothing at the trade deadline. And you also don't want to take a major step backwards, but you also don't want to lose him for nothing. Like, it becomes way more complex. It's better to take care of that now and to lock something in with someone who is guaranteed to be in Sacramento longer than just this season. And even if you're taking a step back a little bit in talent, but maybe you're getting a better fit, then you got to consider a lot of different things. And we still haven't seen Kyrie get traded. We still haven't seen Kevin Durant get traded. I think that there's still going to be some
I don't think
major.
they're going to either.
Well,
I think
maybe not.
in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we don't see them get traded, but Donovan Mitchell likely is going to get traded. Can the Kings be a player in a 3-team deal that gives up a future first-round pick and gets something else in that deal? Is there some other player out there that makes sense? Again, if you're Brooklyn and you are going to keep Kyrie and you are going to keep Kevin Durant, but you're just not sold that Ben Simmons is part of that future, and you can't risk wasting a year of Durant and Irvin. Maybe there is a deal there that can be worked out where you give them a very good veteran in Harrison Barnes, and you take on a Ben Simmons that fits the player arc of your team and fills a role and all that stuff. So, I think that there are going to be all kinds of doors that open up between now and the start of the regular season, and the Kings are, they're ready to make a move if one comes up.
Do you think Phoenix did what they wanted to do, or did what they really had no choice to do?
I think it's a little bit of both. I don't think that they wanted to pay him $133 million, but I also know that they did save quite a bit of money. I think the max deal that they could have given him was way more. They could have given him a 5th year, but on top of that, the max deal that they could have given him had 8% raises and not 5% raises, like the deal that he got in free agency. So it went from $139 million for a 4-year deal to $133 million, and that's only $6 million over 4 years, but that's still $6 million over 4 years when you're a luxury tax team and you're going to have repeater taxes and all that stuff. Those things compound pretty quickly. If you're paying 4 times, that's $6 million extra a year that you just saved by having someone else sign him to a contract that you didn't. But at the same time, I've never thought he's a perfect fit there at all. And I think he's a good player. I don't think he's a great player. I don't think he's remotely close to worth $133 million over 4 years. If I look at what the Kings have in Fox and what they paid for Fox, I would prefer Fox over him any day of the week. I just don't think that he's that functional. Where is he rank in the best centers in the league? I mean, it's not in the top 10, and you're paying him a lot of money. So, yeah, I'm a little leery on the deal itself. But again, if you're going to try to ride out the last 3 years of Chris Paul's career, you got to have players. And if they weren't going to be able to trade him and go get one of these pieces that they were hoping to get, then this was the best option just to match the deal.
Yeah. One of those things where, he's more valuable to the Suns and what they have going on to maybe other people in the league. And I thought that was the right move
It's the nature of the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just went from having Bismack Biyombo as their starting center to DeAndre Ayton. So, I mean, they got better. It's just you paid a lot for 16 points and 10 rebounds a game.
But I mean, part of the reason I posed that question is because as good as like Domantas Sabonis, I don't think in 2 years, even in an ideal scenario for all of us, in 2 years, isn't going to be a top 10 player in the league. Probably won't be a top 20 player in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But every Kings fan, I think, if this year goes well, if next year goes, they're all prepared to make sure he is paid very, very handsomely. And that's just the nature of the league where, guys get killed, organizations get murdered for paying people certain contracts, but it's advantageous to pay your guys that money because that is, in a sense, the easiest way to build a contender. If you're wrong, that's an entirely different story. But if you believe like he is an important piece of what you're doing, you almost have to do it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I'll even say this, like, I don't put Ayton in the same like realm as Sabonis. I mean, that's like, you're going to have to pay Sabonis.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Sabonis is a much better player than Ayton. And even though the age, he's
Sure.
younger than Sabonis by a couple of years, still, I mean, this is a player that, is pretty one-dimensional. He's not a great defender. He's a solid defender. Everything he does, he's good at. He's not great at. And there are things that Sabonis does that he's great at. And so, yeah, I don't know. Like at the end of the day, I think that they had to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to be a strong team. I think the West is going to be strong, and we're seeing a couple of teams who are falling apart as far as like San Antonio just giving up the ghost and Utah taking a step back and possibly a huge step back. Those are ways that the doors open, but you got to worry about teams like the Lakers, teams like the Blazers, finding a way to be better this year as well. And the Kings are going to have a lot of competition to get better this year.
Let's all knock on some wood, light some sage, all around Sacramento. So just make sure Keegan is fine.
Yeah, someone saged all of Las Vegas at this point, just to ensure nothing happens to the star rookie. James Ham, Kings Beat podcast, available on the Odyssey app, on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get podcasts from. Head over to thekingsbeat.com, become a subscriber to the newsletter, become a premium subscriber to the newsletter. I promise you it is absolutely worth it. If you're on YouTube, make sure you hit the thumbs up before you go anywhere. Make sure you hit the subscribe buttons as well. If you're on Twitch, become a subscriber. If you're not following us on Twitter yet, what are you even doing? At ESPN 1320, at Dylan1KC. Those are our Twitter handles across all. Those are our handles, I should say, across all social media platforms. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We will be back on Monday. Have a great weekend. Drink responsibly. We'll see you here Monday at noon.
I love Sacramento.
Every show, mandate.
I love Sacramento.
I noticed you didn't say, I love it, like you did LA.
Damn, that song.
No, we didn't have a happy hour after the draft. Someone is asking. We haven't had a happy hour. I'm hoping to set one up for next week. That's the plan. Yeah. Any
hint at the guest?
I had someone lined up, and I've got to check with them and see if I can get them in the door. So no hint yet.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, we can talk off the record on that one.
Off the record with James Ham. I like
that's
it.
Right. That's right.
Brandon Boston with a nice game today, 22 points. Kind of, I wanted the Kings
He's got some talent.
take a chance on him. He's a second round guy, right? he was supposed to be like a top 10 guy, and I think they might have got him late in the first.
Don't let me forget when we click off. Let me don't. I had something else I heard. I'd tell you guys.
Oh, look at James teasing all the post show stuff.
Yeah,
Y'all fire off them questions because I'm curious what James is talking about. So I gotta be nosy. So if y'all got questions for Hammer, you better fire them off here.
Hey, did anybody see Richard Jefferson referee? I didn't see it. How was that?
It was fun. I mean, it wasn't like goofy. Like he tried to officiate the game.
Was he mic'd up?
Was he mic'd up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
he didn't raise his hand on a 3. I saw that. You're supposed to raise your hand, and then if it goes in, you bring the other one up. He didn't do that, and they're like, "Come on, man! Like you're a 3-point guy."
Yeah. It was. It was like I wanted. Like I was. I don't know. It was fine. Like he was trying to officiate the game. I think I wanted a little bit more of a gimmick out of it, and it didn't. Like he was actually trying to do it.
Yeah, like go full Joey Crawford and just start clowning. And, you know, Leslie Nielsen and the Naked Gun.
Oh, just throw Tim Duncan out of the arena for no reason. Like,
that would have been fun. Yeah.
Did you guys see Myles Garrett in the? I don't think he played, but he had the full uniform on and was in layup lines, banging out for the Cavs.
I know my guy Brendan saw him.
Yeah.
He said he's a big dude.
Freak, dude. He is.
He was in the Cavs layup line before one of the games, warming up.
He can dunk, like he can get up. Yeah,
I think he can do like a 360 or something. Like
he's like him, and like he rivals Aaron Donald as the biggest. Like, and he might not rival him. Aaron Donald might rival Myles Garrett as the biggest freak in professional sports.
Yeah.
Hey, how does my audio sound today? Does it sound like I'm in a hollow room? Because I'm trying to do something with like putting in doors on the front side of the bar.
Sounds fine.
That's good.
Sounds fine. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Sounds pretty normal.
All right, sweet.
All right, well, y'all aren't firing off any questions, so we're gonna go get all the dirt. Just a reminder for those that are watching. We didn't say this on the radio. We'll tell you. You know, Kenny's out tomorrow. Kenny's out next week. He's going to his favorite city. Oh no, I'm sorry. He's going to his second favorite city.
That's top five. Top 5.
Kenny loves LA.
Top 5, not 5, 4, 3.
You got it. Yeah, there you go.
I think the power rankings are Sacramento, New York,
Liar,
LA, and New York. I don't know. Still got to think about it. Vegas, and it's either Atlanta or San Francisco.
James, are you a basketball tournament guy?
No, I'm not. Someone asked my thoughts on Gwen Stefani. Did I miss anything in Gwen Stefani today?
Okay, that's the cue to end the show. We're not going to ask James to comment on cultural appropriation. We appreciate y'all for being with us. James and I, as a matter of fact, will be back next week. We will wish Kenny Caraway a birthday from afar. Major League Baseball will pay $185 million to settle the federal class action lawsuit filed by minor league players who sought pay or minimum wage and overtime violations by team, pending a judge approving the settlement.
That might not be enough.
Settling everything nowadays.
That might not be enough. They might get hit with more. A judge might say that's not enough.
I think the Texans paid more than Major League Baseball did.
Yeah, I remember. God, who was it? Michael. The A's had a outfielder that never made it up to the bigs and stuck, but he spent a ton of time in the River Cats. And he said that after like their laundry fees and their food fees and all their travel budget, he was making $300 a week. Wow. And it amounted to $300 of Michael Thomas. It like worked out to $300 a week, but you know, the baseball season's only like 5.5 months. So he's like, we're literally making like $8,000 a year. It was so little and that was at AAA. No, it wasn't Michael Choice. Michael Choice never made it either. I think he played it. The guy I'm thinking of played at Stanford, and they had got him in a trade, but he never made it up and stuck. And I think they traded him to Texas, like I think they did with Michael Choice as well. Anyway, like they don't pay anything to minor league baseball players, and it's horrible. I mean, a lot of those guys have to have second jobs, like during the season.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, they need to figure that out. That's not okay.
Yeah.
Also, did you guys see that before we get out of here, you see the Ignite is moving to Vegas? Well, Henderson.
Yeah. I don't know what that means for my guy Pete.
Moving to Henderson?
The G League Ignite.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I wonder if Pete Youngman's gonna. I mean, he loves the program, but he lives here in Sacramento still. And Walnut Creek was really, really convenient.
Everybody, I appreciate you guys. Birthday wishes. Birthday's next Friday, but you guys won't see me, so appreciate you guys, man, and thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll just spam your phone with messages. All right, man. We'll see you guys Monday. Appreciate you.